Good evening, all. Hopefully, you can hear me. Here we are, ready to go for CitizenCon Direct. We're just dealing with a couple of technical issues. Basically, there's a problem connecting Noob to his Twitch account, so he's working on that in the background. He is here with me. We are ready to go. Other than that, so yeah, as soon as we're ready, we'll switch over to all the CitizenCon stuff. But until that happens, I'll sit here and do my best to keep you company. Good evening to everyone, though. Good evening to Ray, to Socially. John Goodwin, good to see you, mate. It's been a long time, buddy. To Monster Avy, Stack, to Wooter, Zavath, Space Saga, Liberty, Jangmo, and Robert Easterling. Good to see you. No, it's not just a redirect. You are all good, my friend. You know, you're welcome in and welcome to get absolutely smashed with the rest of us. Noob and it's Noob's kind of, I think it's first time up to the UK. So yeah, we've met up and we've been out for some food. Met his good lady wife, and yeah, we've done all that sort of stuff. So there might have been a little bit of pre-gaming. So if I'm not quite making sense, that's why. But welcome in all, and we are going to have as good a CitizenCon Direct as we can. And we'll take you through kind of what's going to happen, and we'll just chat. Star Citizen, all that sort of stuff, taking your questions, taking questions from Noob's Twitch, and, you know, talking all that sort of stuff. How was your day? Very good. Are you sober? Absolutely not. Not even a little bit. And I have no regrets. Adam Pennington, good evening. Ryan, Tadel Kenobi, good to see you all. Wooter says, guess most of us will be too drunk before the event actually starts. Well, it's funny you should say that. So we've got a few beers here. I think we've got about 12 beers and a lot of the big ciders. Drinking some Westerns. It's 8.3%. So if I slow down, you'll know why. And then once we've got through that, for the drinking game, we have a full, ready to go bottle of Kraken. It will be being diluted with some Diet Coke because I'm not on a suicide mission. But yes, so we've got that for the drinking game. I have selected, or we have selected rather, Noob and I, we've selected the winners for the drinking game. So when these words pop up, we will take a drink each and every single time, and I have all the winners on a post-it note stuck to the side of my screen because I'm a classy bird. So yes, you'll find out who the winners are in just a little while. So yeah, there we go. It is now just under 2 hours, about an hour and 50 minutes now to CitizenCon Direct. And for those that aren't familiar, that are just tuning in, CitizenCon Direct is going to be about 2 hours long. It is not going to feature anything from Squadron 42. It is going to be only what can come in the next, basically, they said the next year. So we're going to assume that to mean to the end of 2026 calendar year, not 12 months. So yeah, it's not going to be what we've seen at CitizenCons in the past, which is these incredible presentations that turn out to be things that still aren't in the game yet and still haven't materialized, like the base building and the or the station stuff. Pyro made it in 2 years after that CitizenCon. So yeah, it's been a bit of a wait for some of these things. We're not expecting that this time round. We've got people saying unleash the Kraken. We'll talk a little bit more about the kind of expectations once Noob's with us. But yeah, looking good. But he is genuinely just sat next to me. So see, told you. So there we go. This isn't some internet hand wavium. He's right here in the UK, and one of the reasons why I like this sort of internet gaming in the Star Citizen community is the ability to meet people from all the way across the world. The last CitizenCon, I had the honor of meeting Del Kenobi in chat. I had the honor of meeting John Goodwin and Edison in person. I'd actually met Can beforehand, but awesome to meet those people. And you know, this time round, it's Noob. So yes, we're all good. How are we looking? Oh dear.
It's not behaving.
We'll figure it out. It'll be all good. But yeah. So Wooter Hack says a bourbon for me tonight, or bourbon even, and I've got some sweet ice cold Amarula in the fridge. I don't know what Amarula is. I hope it's nice. There's that. Rocking black tea said socially confused. I live on the wild side. Absolutely. I hope it's full fat black tea and not that diet nonsense. John Goodwin says CitizenCon last year was epic being there in person. Absolutely. If only to hear Dell give his Roman commentary on the quality of UK breakfast sausage, and no, that's not a euphemism, you awful, awful people. I am genuinely talking about the sausage you eat for breakfast and not anything else. So yeah, hopefully Dell's actually crying with laughter wherever he is. And if not, I've failed. So yeah. Yeah, so we are now, I think, 107 minutes from CitizenCon. I'm just going to pop this bit up. Let's have a look. Where's the little screen? Here we go. So this is what's in the background. 107 minutes now until CitizenCon. Yeah, we'll see what we got. What I would absolutely love to see from you guys in chat is if you had to say one thing above all others, what are we going to see? Whether it be ship, whether it be gameplay loop, whether it be location, whether it be, you know, Jared telling dad jokes. What are we going to get this CitizenCon? What are the thoughts? Dad jokes for sure, says Ryan. Absolutely. Maybe some Nick, says John. Interesting. 100% we'll see engineering progress, even if I don't necessarily want engineering, says Wouter. Gore-Tex, good evening, buddy. Welcome in. Rich talking about PvP and PvE. Strong. I like it. Coming in strong. Show beer, says Eric. So it's not beer, mate. It's Henry Weston's vintage cider. So it's 8.3%. Henry Weston's, if you're watching this, wouldn't mind a sponsorship deal. That would be wonderful. Don't need money, just keep me in cider. So yeah. Monster Avy says, expecting a Vandal update. Hopefully the new fighter, which is the Esperia Stinger, is what we know. And that, for those that don't know, the Esperia Stinger in the Squadron 42 gameplay video, it's what Tal uses to escape the kingship. He blows up a retaliator and then quantums away. It's that thing. It's like a very heavy fighter.
Weren't we told by John Crew that wasn't coming? That we weren't getting that? Or that exact type one? It'll be different.
Good question. Not sure.
I think we
were. Sebastian, hello, buddy. Perseus this time, maybe. Yeah, so my guess is that the Paladin will be coming here. Because if you zoom in on the picture of the CitizenCon Direct kit, what you'll see is the same serial number on the guy's helmet, on the armor that they do show, as is on the side of the Paladin artwork. And that serial number doesn't appear to display anywhere else within Star Citizen. So that's my guess. I think the Perseus will be an IE ship. But, hey, if it comes out earlier, I'm going to be happy to be wrong. But we'll see. Eric 90k says, hoping we get an LTI token of some sort. Would love to see the Paladin and the Nyx system. Yeah, obviously lots of people talking about Nyx, and there's a good reason that they are. So if I jump across to, hopefully you can't see that. Oh no, you can see that. Oh dear. Didn't mean to do that. Never mind. 2 seconds. I don't think I gave away too much there. It was just my Discord. And if you want the link to the Discord, it's down in the description below. Subconscious plug. There you go. I'm trying to make you think Discord. But within our leaks and rumours, we have some of the audio files that we're playing. And a couple of things that are making people think that Nyx may be coming this time round. I'm just going to play this one, because this one is kind of key, I think. I think it's this one. Let's find out.
You from Intersec? I'm Captain Martel of the People's Alliance. I'll fill you in later. We need to clear these fighters off the Tranquility first.
So, the reason that one's important to us, it's the wrong clip, but I'm waiting for the times to populate. Basically, there is an audio clip from that same guy. And I think it's this one. Here we go. Listen to this. Listen to what he says at the end.
Just want to say, you really stepped up today. My people and I appreciate your tenacity and hard work. Hope to see you around Levski sometime.
Hope to see you around Levski sometime. So this is what's fueling the kind of speculation that Nyx is coming. There's also the Nyx ATC guy who was removed when Levski was removed. He's now back. He's in the game files. This is all data mined from the game files. The bit that I'm not convinced is the naming of these files. They don't seem to have been named by CIG. If they are, they're in code. It looks very much like they were named by whoever data mined them, because there's a bunch of stuff saying Shattered Blade, blah 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 blah, which is, I think it's Shattered Blade, which is one of the new factions that are coming, and then some of them just say Shat, which is a little bit rude, and I don't think CIG are naming it that in the game files. So the fact that it says Levski controller looks like it's been named by whoever does the leaks rather than the leaks itself. Could be wrong, however, that's what we think at the minute. So, you know, I'll say what I always say here, guys, which is CIG have said nothing about Nyx coming. If you listen to the Pyro stuff, like Xenothreat, it would have indicated very much like this is that Pyro was coming, and actually Xenothreat came out a couple of years before we got Pyro. So I think just a little bit of tempering of expectations, people not being too excited about it and then getting really upset that something that was never promised didn't arrive because it was never promised. There is, however, a bit of a deal. So if Nyx is announced in this CitizenCon, I have said that I will eat something I shouldn't. For some reason, people think that means I'm going to eat socks. I don't know why. I'm not really a foot guy, but, you know, whatever. But you'll have to wait for next Sunday's, as in not tomorrow, but the Sunday after stream for that. So you'll need to tune back in. Basically, I ran out of time to buy edible footwear. So, yeah, sorry about that, but it's been a busy week. John Goodwin says the Pringles aren't long for this world. Fair enough. Socially Confused says, I'm excited for Nyx. It's the system that I want to live in. Avi says, inhaling those Pringles. I mean, I don't know. Wait, where do the Pringles come from? I don't have Pringles. We have some crisps. We don't have Pringles. First Perseus says, Jedi Drifter. Good evening, buddy. Second Nyx, then Vandal. Yeah, and all of these things teased in those audios files. Eat something that is edible, says Socially Confused. Ghost pepper. No, absolutely. I refuse to accept that that is edible. Because it's not. Because my face will melt. So yeah. So that's where we are at the moment. And we'll see. Oh, you showed my Pringles on Discord. I see what you mean. Yes, I did show your Pringles on Discord. Sorry about that. I had it once, says Socially Confused. Wasn't by choice. Yeah, no, it was memorable. I would imagine probably more memorable on the way out than it was on the way in. I should imagine. But yeah. Bear with us just a second. I'm just going to put you on. I'll be right back. We're going to see if we can fix this stream issue. And then I shall be right back with you. Shan't be long. If it takes more than a couple of minutes, I'll come back anyway and do my job of filling the gap. So stand by. Back with you in just a moment. So yeah, apologies for the short interruption, but I'm back with you now. John Goodwin says, all good. I wouldn't post at the Pringles if I was worried about the wild seeing. Yeah, good. Thanks for that. I'm glad I didn't have any private messages open. All the citizens here are uni-aged. How do you know that, Stack? Vibrant community, big change from you gaffers. Rude. Very, very rude. Wouter says, why just a Ghost Pepper and not go to the Carolina Reaper? Do you know what? I don't have a specific animus against any particular really, really hot pepper. I just have an issue that they're a really, really hot pepper, and I don't want my ass to be on fire next tomorrow morning, if that's all right with everyone else. So yes, no, not playing that game. But yeah, so like we say, what we know about today is going to be that everything that they show, they say, will be delivered within the next kind of 12 to 16 months. So we'll have to see. But it does make it very interesting when you think about how much time they have, right? And you look at some of the presentations and things that they've done. They've done like the other locations. When they did the Pyro and they did the kind of short demo of all the other planets, that was not a short presentation. That was quite a lengthy period of time. And if they're going to show off gameplay and ships and everything else within that period, it does make you wonder, like, just how much they can cram into 2 hours. There have been Star Citizen Live episodes that have been 50% longer than what we're going to get today at CitizenCon. But then again, I mean, maybe it overruns. It did say about 2 hours. They didn't commit to it being, confined to 2 hours without any other sort of consideration. So, we'll see. You try without the camera.
Camera's fine.
Perfect. We think we've got a breakthrough, guys. So stand by with us 2 seconds.
It's just my PC for some reason didn't like your the settings.
Oh wow, craziness. Okay, it looks like we're just about to go and bring Noob in as well on the screen. So once he's good to go, we'll move across. Yeah, seems fairly stable. Awesome. Let's zip across. Normally you get a noise, but there you go. There's the two of us.
G'day
Happy
everyone.
days.
What's going on? Hopefully, I just have to turn that a little bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
So fantastic. So
how's everyone doing?
You've had a visit to the to Europe. How's it been?
It's been fantastic, actually. I'm really enjoying it. The wife wants to move, so
I think there's a house 2 doors down going. So if you want to.
Oh yeah, okay, just next door. No, well, no, it's been awesome. I've been having an absolute blast. Yeah, the Oktoberfest was a blast.
I bet. I bet.
I unironically ate about 1 meter of sausage, drank many liters of beer.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the guys on the stream don't know because there's no one eats sausage on this stream.
No, not at all. Some spoilers for later, right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, it's been really cool.
Good.
So far, just having an absolute ton of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bone Salesman, Reanimator, Hudson. Sorry, I got to do my part too. You guys are fucking awesome. Thanks for joining us. We're doing a Talking Heads thing here. So good to see you. Thanks for dropping in.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so yeah, Europe's been a blast, man. So
Good.
when we landed in, we kind of did the typical tourist, go around London and look at all the things. Got to see a really big clock.
Yep.
That was wild. It was out of time, by the way. I checked. I was very disappointed.
Bloody Brits.
No. So yeah. Hey Darkness. Hey Lighthawk. Hey Wah. But yeah. So guys, make sure you also jump over to Drinkers with Gaming Problems. We are going through with my good friend Badgers here. I'm actually sitting right next to him. Look, I can even poke him. Ready? Look, see? A hand in the void. But no, so it's been an absolute blast. It's been really cool. Hey Can, need to go home. Upside down land.
I said I was going to do this right at the beginning of the stream, but I'm going to do this now anyway, just because it's fun.
Yeah, look.
Just like,
is it
gonna?
Might have to go.
Yeah, it's too much. So that. Maybe we'll do the thumb. It's not thick enough. There you go.
There we go. Yeah, it's the delay.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
But you and the missus had a good time. We did. So we did the tour. We went to Stonehenge. Took my old man to Biggin Hill and put him on a Spitfire.
Awesome.
And he had the time of his life. We got some really cool photos to chuck up in the Discord for everyone. And thank you so much for the 24-month sub anniversary. That is insane. Thank you so much. And Faf, thank you so much, homie. I appreciate you with the tier 1 for 4 months. Sorry I haven't been streaming, guys. It's been like 3 weeks and I haven't been able to stream at all because this is the first time since I've been in Europe I've had internet, and it's because I'm at Badger's house.
Yep.
It's just been, it's been incredibly bad for internet everywhere we've stayed. I thought it would be better, but that is my mistake. Other than that, Biggin Hill was kind of one of the last things we did with the Spitfire. And then we jumped on a train and we went to France. We stayed in a castle. That was kind of fucking cool. I got very sick. I was sick for like 5 days, and then went to Germany, drank myself stupid.
Nice.
And then we went to Slovenia and we actually hung out with Bongo.
Awesome.
So yeah, we were out with Bongo, and thank you for the sub, homie. Appreciate you.
Very welcome. Yeah.
But yeah, so hung out with Bongo for like 3 or 4 days. It was really, really cool. Had a really good time. I was actually chasing bongos on his motorbike, and I'm in a Mercedes A-Class, praying to the machine gods that it will keep going through the mountain passes. I'm literally talking to the car like, come on, baby, you can do it. You can do it. And my missus is in the car next to me, white-knuckling the fucking, like, the window and the door handle, just like...
Yeah. At the same time, deadpan staring at you like, who the fuck are you calling baby?
Don't talk to me that much, so she says.
Don't talk to me in that tone of voice. Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, that was really fun. And I must say, oh man, the Slovenia, it is so underrated. It's underrated. You can see all the mountains with the snow topping them. The roads are phenomenal. Nice. The food is good. It's a great place.
Fantastic.
And and around this area too, I just love it. It's awesome.
Yeah.
So it's a stark contrast to Australia, right? Because in Australia we have red dirt. We have red dirt. That's all you get. You get red dirt, and if you're not happy with that, fuck you. You get more red dirt. Okay, so
that's it. Fantastic.
Intel loves the stash.
Yeah, he's you're getting some love for the stash. Absolutely.
It's been growing out. Oh my god, it's Biscuit. Hey Biscuit.
It's Slovenia, Jango. Absolutely. Raygun, welcome in. Waybreak, absolutely break your rule. Day drink. Join us. Don't be antisocial. Cheers, mate. Enjoy it.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers. Jockup, good to see you, my friend. Welcome in. Glad you've found some time to come and join us. Hamrick, hello, buddy. Good to see you. Will we see Perseus update in this presentation? We might see an update. I don't think we're going to see it released until... So, hi. What do you think? Perseus now or IA?
Oh, look, I reckon we're going to get... This is my tinfoil hat theory. Mm-hmm. I think we're going to get the Paladin. Mm-hmm. And then I think we're going to get the Perseus at IAE.
Okay.
And I think we're also going to get like some starter shit, like some trash, like just little release things.
Okay.
But I think honestly we'll be very lucky to get both of them.
Sure.
Because then if they give us one, they can pace it out and give us the other, right? They can generate more hype. Because it wasn't long ago they said they only were just kind of getting onto Lot Zero, right?
Well, this is true. Yeah, absolutely.
For the Perseus.
So yeah. Who we got?
I just gotta say a huge thank you to Alice and Biscuit for the subs. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you for the huge support. And Biscuit's out there slamming 420 bits. What a legend.
Any reason for that particular number there? Yeah, absolutely.
Nice. Biscuit's the man. Absolutely.
Good stuff. Fantastic. Yeah, so this is kind of new, is that, kind of talking to someone face to face. I'm used to looking at them, but it must be quite jarring for the stream because I'm almost kind of looking completely 90 degrees off camera to talk to Noob because he sat right here, right? He sat right here. So it's kind of like we're almost making it look like we're not in the same place, but we are.
No, we are. So we're there.
Absolutely.
At the beginning, we thought we could save plugging in 2 cameras if Badgers just sat on my lap, but Biscuit and Pancakes would get very jealous. So.
I say Pancake seems really upset. You've cut your hair. I think it's a good look. Do you not?
My
do you not like that, Pancakes?
What the hell do you mean, dude? My hair's been short for ages, man.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you're a very bad influence, Badgers. Waybreak. Absolutely. Mate, join us. We've got literally all of this drink to do. I think you've still got 9 beers to get through. I've got a good amount of these. And then once we finish with that, we have an entire bottle of black spice rum. And then Noob's got the 10-year-old whiskey sat over there. So this drinking game is not going to end well. If it basically doesn't end with you and I asleep in front of the computers at the end of CitizenCon, like this has basically failed.
Hey, LFA. Thanks, homie. But I agree. I mean, I'll put in a good effort. I'm not typically one to get too sloshed, but
yeah. So I'm just going to jump across then. In that case, hey, you are hype training and all sorts.
Oh, I can't believe it. Yeah,
the boys are smashing it.
The boys are smashing it. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. And yeah, hey Bongo, how you doing, man? I was just telling everyone how much of a shit bike rider you are. LFA, love you, homie. And Pancakes, thanks for dropping in, man. I appreciate you all. It's been an absolute blast to be away and doing all of the stuff. But man, since literally the first night of being away, I was just like, I miss talking to people, man. It was like the first goddamn night, and I'm like, man, I wish I was streaming right now. And every single place I've gotten to, the first thing I've done is pulled out my phone and checked the internet, being like, yeah, because it's just it's been so bad.
Yeah.
So bad. So I just haven't been able to stream. I've been wanting to.
Yeah.
And I only get 5 gigabytes of roaming data a day. So I could put the stream up on my phone for all of 3 minutes and it's done, So
yeah. Well, and I know that there'll be people coming into chat going, what are they talking about? It's CitizenCon and they're talking about traveling around Europe. But for me, this is gaming Biscuit. Community is kind of at its best. This is why I enjoy gaming so much. People would ask me, why did you go to LAN parties? All you did was you took your computer to another building and still connected to the internet and still played everything you could at home. And it had nothing to do with playing the games and everything to do with spending time with people you game with and don't normally get the chance to meet face to face.
This has been awesome. I will say too, so if anyone else wants to meet up with me, I will be kind of the Midlands of the UK until from pretty much the 12th until the 26th ish. So if you want to meet up, let me know. I can make an effort, and we'll do a thing.
Yeah,
but
it turns out that the only person cooler than Noob is Noob's good lady. Because she did what when you passed a boat?
Oh, she's she made the joke. Badgers enjoyed this one. She made another boat went past, and Bongo and I were sitting either side of her, and she just looked over at the boat and just said, "What's your name?"
What's your name? So yeah,
she makes the jokes.
Absolutely. So
Thank
someone's
you
just
for the
asked,
500 bits, by the way. Holy shit, Biscuit.
holy moly,
Holy
mate.
shit.
Thank you so much, dude. That's awesome. So someone's just asked, what are the drinking game rules?
Oh, yes.
So I said to you guys a couple weeks ago in the video about sitcom predictions, put a word or a phrase or something happening into the comments on the video, and we would choose the ones that we like the most. We've been through this evening, we've had a look, and these are the ones we have come up with. So, on the right-hand side of the screen, and I might have to move this because I can't quite remember what we choose. Anytime a new system, not Stanton, not Pyro, is mentioned, we will have a drink. Okay? Every time they say the word immersion, we will have a drink. Every time Jared makes a dad joke, we will have a drink. Every time they say the word stability or star whatever, Starchitect, Starware, Star, biscuit, whatever it is, that, and then
Biscuit.
and anytime they say gold standard, we will have a drink. Now, I will caveat that by saying that we might not make that a drink of rum or whiskey because we don't want to die this evening particularly. But we'll drink something, and then we run out of cider and beer. We basically have nowhere else to go. So that will be the game. And as these happen, as we drink to them, I will say who was responsible for suggesting them. But you already know, you guys, if you suggested them, that these are one of your creations. So congrats. So we'll go through them as we go.
I'm really looking forward to it. I reckon we're going to get absolutely trashed in the first 10 minutes of Jared's dad jokes, personally.
That'll be it.
Also, Alice, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Sorry, I keep cutting in over it, but these guys are being amazing. So
absolutely,
the year of stability. It's not, no pancakes, absolutely not. I would recommend for everyone. I said it before, but I'll say it again now. Some more people are rolling in. If you are chilling out on Twitch on my channel, also make sure you jump over and give Badgers some love. None of this would be possible unless he was hosting. He's the host with the most. So jump over to Drinkers with Gaming Problems, jump in. Make some comments, all that type of stuff. It all goes a long way. Support those who support us. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much.
Exactly that. And it goes just because I've got to say it, because of Twitch terms of service and because of YouTube terms of service. This is not drinks for subs or anything else. That's not how this works.
No.
And please, guys, we had a quick chat about this when we started. No one needs to keep pace with anyone else. The idea is, at the end of CitizenCon, we are all still able to have a conversation, even if we're slurring a lot, about what we liked at CitizenCon. So do not hurt yourselves. It's not cool.
Absolutely.
Just look after yourselves.
Ghost Curse. I am still in the UK. I've still got a bit over 2 weeks left before I manage to get back. I'm really looking forward to it. We're right here.
Yeah.
So, it's I really want to get back just so I can start streaming again. But this is I want to actually say special thanks to my wife, because technically this whole trip was meant to be a very, very late honeymoon. And when I said, I know it's a honeymoon, but can I do nerd shit with my homies? She's like, fuck yeah, send it. Yeah. So, big thanks to her as well, because she doesn't mind us, doing all this cool shit that we like to do. So
yeah, and I think she's had a little bit of fun today as well, going off and doing her thing. So
absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, very independent, so it makes it really easy.
Absolutely, yeah, that's it. So yeah, are you guys on a couch or something? So no, we're on different chairs. We're just sat the other side. If you guys want,
can you pop a link in my chat there?
Yep.
Of your channel or this video for El Jefe as well, because El Jefe is a homie. Thank you, man. That's a good point. That way you guys can just click.
Yeah. I'll find you some. I'll find you some linkage while we're talking. But yes, let's do that instead.
But yeah, to add on to what Badgers was saying, what absolute crack pipe theories have you guys heard that you do not think are going to happen this year, or with this CitizenCon. So I actually heard, I'm not going to name names because it's a little cruel, but I heard that someone was saying that they're going to pull the wool over our eyes by giving us Castra and not Nyx, which is insane. So that's my crack pipe one that I've heard. What have you guys heard? No naming names. We just want to hear the crazy shit you've heard that other people have said that you don't think is going to happen.
I'm not entirely sure what the craziest thing, because it's Star Citizen, right? You've only got to go on the spectrum and then you start to lose your mind. Because that place is a wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Yeah, the most apt name forum in the world.
Yeah. I see what you did there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Fucking hell, that escalated quickly.
I probably shouldn't have said that live.
That's all right. I wasn't earning that much money off YouTube anyway. But yeah, I mean, look, it's. I think the thing is, and I'll say this, widgets here now. I can see widgets here, and the people that are talking about Nyx. Like I said this to you a little while ago, and I said this to you today. It's the easiest thing in the world as a content creator to say that's not going to happen, right? Because the beautiful thing about it is if Nyx doesn't come, I get to say I told you so. And if Nyx does come, it doesn't bother me because it means a new system's coming in the next kind of 14 months, right?
Happy to be wrong.
Exactly that. It's a win-win situation. The only reason, really, that I'm against it at the moment, or think that it might not happen, is just CIG don't do things that quickly. So the idea that we can have Pyro at the beginning of this year and then they announce, within 24 months it will happen again, I've just never seen it happen. So I think turning around and saying, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, I think it's a very reasonable response. It would be awesome if that's what happens today. It would be awesome if that's what happens. And people keep talking about the sockening. I basically said that I was going to eat something that I shouldn't eat. If it turned out, Widget decided that was a sock. Widget, I feel like that's more a reflection of you than me. But yes, that was the thing. So it's very easy to say that these things aren't going to happen.
Goes, I appreciate you, man. I'm only back for today, unfortunately, unless I can find a better place with better internet. But as we've been traveling all around Europe, which has almost just been like a Euro trip, we've spent that much time traveling. I've just struggled to find good enough internet to go live, but we're here today. We're going to make the most of it. We're going to watch CitizenCon, and we're going to drink ourselves silly. And Biscuit, have you literally been counting down the days, homie?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have some drinks during this. We have probably a couple drinks afterwards. Might even smoke a cigar out the back once we're done here. To me, like I say, I've met some of you from chat. In real life, I've met Edison, I've met Dell, I've met Can, John Goodwin, Solar-Storm, all these good people, right? And looking forward to meeting so many more of you. But this, to me, is the beauty of it, right? If it weren't for gaming, I would never have met you. I would never have met any of these people. And it's awesome because all of a sudden you meet people, same interests, same sense of humor. I mean, the fact that you and I, both Navy backgrounds, just kind of randomly bump into each other across literally 6,000 miles of planet. That's crazy.
Yes.
But that's what I love about this. And, the people in your chat, you've only got to look down Twitch. I'm just looking at awesome. And we just, that's the beautiful thing about gaming is you just build up these communities of awesome people. And it doesn't need to be a streamer. It doesn't need to be a content creator. You start a Discord and you game with people that you get on with, and you have this fucking awesome experience. And for me, this is what this is all about. So, really looking forward to CitCon. I always go in expecting to be a little bit disappointed, because that way then everything is a bonus, everything is a win, and you just spend the entire stream going, "This is great." Rather than I'm going to get all this stuff and then something doesn't turn up and you can spend the whole time.
That is the best way to do it. Absolutely. If you go there with your expectations low, at least that when something decent hits, you'll just be pleasantly surprised. It might be a little bit of a cynical way of looking at it, but I mean, when you've been following the like Star Citizen for as long as you or I or most of the people in chat have, it's one of those things where you kind of go, yeah, you got to take it like that, otherwise it's just, you know, it'll drive you a bit mad. Alice, I apologize in advance because I'm probably going to absolutely butcher how to pronounce this, but I went to Pfaffingen and I went to Moktoberdorf and Munich. That was the only places I went to when we went through Germany, and yeah, it was more of a thing of like the things that the group wanted to do more so than what I personally wanted to do, because at that point there was 4 of us there, not just the wife and I.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. So how winter? Welcome in, AV, and to everyone in Noobs chat as well. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with both, and I don't have my glasses on, so I'm like, how's that?
Yeah.
Feeling my age rather than my shoe size at this point, but yeah,
it's a bit like that, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, Sebastian, I'm not drinking when everyone says Varus, because we'll both die, and that's not part of the mission this evening.
Notice how you get alcohol poisoning really fast.
Yeah. I feel like it would be a challenge to my manhood if we ended up getting our stomachs pumped. So yeah,
been there, done that.
Karen says more drinking required as there's far too much common sense logic in the stream.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, yeah, all right.
Yeah. All right, I'll finish this off.
I mean, to be fair, it is 8.3%. Luna Maria, I saw you sneak in the back there. Welcome in, good to see you. Nick saying Nyx will have a proper hype phase pre-release. There's a lot of love. Shona V. Simpson saying nice mustache.
Oh, thank you very much.
I'm not going to lie, I was kind of taken with it as I walked across as well.
Yeah.
There was a moment of, yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. I can buy it.
Good mustache.
You know, the thing about complimenting a male though is we'll ride that for like a year. So, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's the old saying is you compliment a woman, they're happy for the day. You compliment a man, they're happy for the year. And I will, it's going to give me an ego.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, I don't know what you guys think, maybe you need a slightly kind of closer look, but I feel like you should be in a pith helmet with a red coat on, giving up, Colour Sergeant Bourne! You know, yeah.
I mean, the mask would ruin it, but like a commissar type of thing, like or a Krieg soldier outfit.
Absolutely. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have none of that on me, but we'll figure something out later on.
We'll figure it out, yeah. We'll get creative.
Well, I've put that music up far too high, apologies. But yeah, so I just kind of, I've popped on in the background, I've popped on the music for the jump point.
Yes, alright, gotcha.
What was your experience of going for the jump point for the first time?
Okay, so I was skeptical that it was even going to work for me, and I didn't want to get stuck on Stanton's side and not be able to explore Pyro.
Mm-hmm.
So I purposely set my spawn to Pyro.
Mm-hmm.
And because I was already in Pyro and wanted to see all the shit, I kind of forgot about the jump point for a while. And it was probably like a week and a half, 2 weeks later that I was like, fuck, I need to go to Stanton for something. So I got to the jump point and went through it and went, wow, this is really cool. And everyone's like, the fuck are you talking about? Because, you know, I'd been kicking around in Pyro for so long, having so much fun and just, you know, killing people and things and blowing stuff up and, you know, being an absolute delinquent and really trying to fit into the populace of Pyro.
No, we don't believe it.
No.
Never.
Peaceful low flyer here, that's it.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's all I've ever seen you do. Yeah. Apart from when I've exploded randomly and couldn't figure out why. And then your name pops up on screen, but I figure that's because you're on my friends list, so that's fine.
That's it. But I was like, wow, this is amazing. This music's really cool too. And I was like, really, like, you know, frothing over it and glazing CIG, and everyone's like, this is fucking old news, man. Like, why are you so impressed? Yeah, exactly, yeah. So, yeah, no, I kind of, I missed that one because I didn't want to get stuck on one side.
Yeah.
So I set my save to one side and just took off, and then I totally forgot about it.
Yeah. I had this kind of like incredible experience where the first time I did it, it worked great. And then after that, that was when it screwed up. It was like, right, you've had your fun now. Now you can remember that it's Star Citizen and there's bugs all over the place and it doesn't work. But I'm not going to lie. I mean, the first time I went through, I think it was before the stream. I was trying to put a video together, but I was in Discord with a couple of people. and it was genuinely an emotional experience. And I don't normally get emotional over games. It's just, you know, it is what it is, and whatever else. But I think that
it's a project you followed for over 10 years, though. Like, you're going to get emotional, you know?
Absolutely. And I think part of it is it's been so kind of heartbreaking at times to see so many people not support the project, not have any faith in it.
Yeah.
And then, you know, and sometimes it's really hard to keep your own faith because you sat there going, yeah, do you know what? The progress is really slow. Like, there is nothing happening. And then you get patches like 3.18.
That didn't happen. That's not real. It's not
It's
real.
just a bad dream.
It's a bad dream.
But, you know, and then you have stuff like that. And you just, like, you look at everyone else and go, yeah, okay, I get it. And then that happens. And you have this moment of, this is why I backed the game. This moment of, you know, I never thought it would come.
Yeah.
And here it is.
Yeah.
And that's incredible. And I still, to this day, really enjoy going through the jump point. And I will purposely turn up the game music.
I do, until the fucker spits me out halfway between both of them. And I'm sitting there going, I didn't even touch the walls, you prick of a thing. And then I got to go all the way back around, all the way to the front, and then go again. And as chat will tell you, that's just a skill issue. But yeah, no, it's
Chat wouldn't be so disrespectful, obviously.
No, never. But no, it's a really amazing thing that they managed to do on such a gigantic scale.
Yeah.
It really is. And I really, really hope that they capitalize a little bit more on some of the other things that they were talking about when it comes to jump gates, like finding the smaller ones around the place and, you know, being able to, you know, take a ship out and discover them and things like that. And
Yeah.
I think that would go a very long way as well to, like, actually adding some type of, like, discovery gameplay to the game.
Yes.
And it's all emergent gameplay at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
100%.
they're enabling us to be able to go and do it.
Yeah.
So that'd be nice.
I think for me that's the appeal of like we've all played Helldivers. Most of us have played Helldivers. It's an incredible game. But if you're not a frontline FPS player, there are people looking at that going, I would love to be a evac pilot.
I want to get onto that, but just first, Darkness, right there, buddy.
Why? What's Darkness said? Where's Darkness said? Oh, stop sucking so bad. Rude. Just rude. Yeah. And this is one of these things where, like, you know, you get some people who look at Helldivers and they're like, that FPS thing is so hectic, that's not me. But I would kill to be their evac pilot.
Yeah.
I would kill to be the person in orbit providing the fire support. You know, the Eagle, you know, close air support.
Or just the guy on the giant fucking railgun that just obliterates the huge bug, right?
Click.
Yeah.
Dead.
Yeah. Exactly. Hey, Interceptor, thank you so much for the tier 1 and the 19 months of support, man.
Absolutely that.
But I'll tell you, I've waffled on about this in the past for, like, and I won't go on too long about it because it's something I'm very passionate about, is I would love to see a, what's his name? Robert Heinlein, I think his name is. The Starship Troopers author. There was also the movie of it. Yeah. He wrote about some of the suits that they would wear there. They were kind of like exoskeletons that were kind of gorilla shaped, and they would hop around the place. And as soon as I seen that, along with like the jump pack on the Itki, I'm just like, all this could come together. We could have a planet you go down, which is just absolutely infested in like all sorts of horrible bugs and monsters. And the goal is just a headhunters thing. Like, you get paid per kill.
Yeah.
And, like, you get infield, and, like, you could make it so the atmosphere was just horribly deadly, lots of shrapnel, high wind, so your ship didn't last long. So you couldn't just keep a ship down there blasting things. It would stay, you know, alive long enough to drop off a crew and maybe a vehicle and go back up, and then you would either have objectives to get to or just an amount to kill, and then you call in your evac. and then someone would come down and pick you up, and you would evac, and the whole time, like, and it would make use of so many great ships.
Yes.
Like, you look at, there's so many ships that have machine guns on the side of them. And to clear an LZ, to be able to come down and drop your crew off while they're trying to take out a whole bunch of bugs.
Yeah.
You know, and then, like, you know, maybe get a armored vehicle off as well and stuff like that. And then for them to just be there, maybe collect an objective or some data, or just get paid for however many kills they exterminate.
Absolutely.
And then to pick them back up would be the coolest gameplay that's entirely emergent.
Yeah.
Because they've already got it. They've already got, like, what's it called? The mission that you get paid just by killing bad guys. That's that again. Call to arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they've already got call to arms. It's just do the same thing but for bugs.
Yeah.
And let people go down there and do their thing.
Just
you know.
just to notice some of our sponsors, loads of ships with guns in the doors and stuff, killing stuff. Not you, Cutty Steel. You're shit. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Right. Everyone else, fine.
Yeah,
Valkyrie, lovely. Everything else, Cutty Steel, out.
Honestly, though, if the Cutlass Steel cost a quarter of what it was, it'd be an okay ship.
Mm.
But it's just so expensive for not a whole lot, you know?
Del Kenobi says, is Noob in Evocati?
No, I'm not an avocado. And even if they offered me to do that, I wouldn't. My sanity's already relatively stretched with just PTU testing. And look, anyone in chat who's in Evocati, hats off to you. I don't know how you do it. Honestly, hats off to you. I have no idea how the hell you do it, because, like, I already start to lose my sanity in just, like, testing the PTU. So, yeah.
So she says, everything attached to the Cutty Steel should have been options for the Cutty Black. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree.
I think for me that was like one of the big bits of appeal for Star Citizen was just this whole idea of, hey, you want to be a transport pilot? You want to do Euro Truck Simulator in space? Like, fill your boots. You want to run round landing zones, picking up trash and putting it in the bin? Fill your boots.
Yeah.
There's no wrong way to play the game. And that is such a change from everything else. Like, you've only got to play fucking Dota for 2 minutes to realise there is an absolutely wrong way to play that. And it's however you're playing, because people will shout at you no matter what you're doing. You know, I think that's the big thing, is that's the beautiful thing about being in chat, is we've got some people wanting to be, you know, pirates, some people want to be griefers, people want to be, you know, saviours, some people want to be cargo haulers and whatever it is, and the game is doing its level best to just kind of accommodate everyone. And not just that, it's building in the systems where you go, yeah, I could see how they did that. If you want to be a road sweeper in a Misk Raptor, like, I get it. I can see how that'll work. It might not be my gameplay, but
the only thing they're really not catering to, and that's why I like to do it so much, is because I do foresee the day where it's going to disappear as low flying. Yeah, with all the control surfaces and things like that and everything that they've shown off, it's just like the current art of low flying just won't exist in the game in the future.
Sure.
So it's something I'd recommend everyone to do. It's a great way to learn some skills and good reactionary skills and stuff like that. But yeah, it's dying out. There's only one ship that really functions phenomenally in low flying anymore, and that's the Arrow. It's because there's like a ton of nose authority and you can yaw left and right and all around at like almost full speed on a moon.
Sure.
And stuff like that.
You would kind of hope with something like that atmospheric flight requires an atmosphere. So that there's
agree.
absolutely no reason that on moons you shouldn't be able to do exactly what we're doing now. You want to do that on Hurston, sorry, there's aerodynamics. But,
yeah, exactly.
you know, if you're doing that on Daymar, or you're doing that on Lyria, like, there's no atmosphere. You're going to die if you go outside with your helmet on, because there's there's very little atmosphere. So it's not about control surfaces and aerodynamics, it's about thrusters and everything else. Like, why wouldn't you keep both in? So you think at the moment the way they're going is that it's going to be removed completely, or?
This might sound cynical, but this is where I get to say the same thing as you. Is like, I'm at the moment sitting in the doom and gloom section, so if I get anything good out of it, I could be extremely happy, right?
Sure.
But I don't think that they're good enough. Judging by the flight models we've gotten and the changes we've had, and I'm not a big proponent of master modes in the first place, as you're well aware, but like, judging by what I've seen of their development so far, I don't have faith that they're capable of pulling off dynamic atmospheric flight depending on the density of the air molecules by elevation. Okay, that's where I'm sitting at. Okay,
Fair enough.
and
No, I
like
can
when
see
you
that.
look
Yeah,
at it,
yeah.
that's how it works. It's
Yep.
literally how it works. So like,
100%.
and with that, even if they just like jerry rig it so it's basically as it is now on a low atmosphere thing, and then they artificially add in a thing without using any like real term physics or whatever, they just dial it in so it feels real, I'd be super happy.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like they're going to do that. They're going to really want to force this new tech on almost the entire experience, which is what we've seen them do with, well, almost everything else.
Yeah.
And like that's not anything against them. It's just I'm worried that something that I really enjoy doing may almost completely disappear and overshadowed by new tech.
Yeah.
You know, but it is what it is. Like the game's going to evolve, it's going to change, and I'll miss it, yeah. But I don't know, maybe they'll answer that by bringing out a specific aircraft that is designed to low fly.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll get something like that. And if they do that, I'll be happy. So,
Absolutely. Yeah. And, you know, like Biscuit's saying the same thing. Like, I'm going to miss low flying. Hopefully they don't screw the pooch on moons. 100%. The flip side of that is Luna Maria saying the arrow's disregard for the fundamental laws of motion are a huge trigger moment every time. And I think the beautiful thing about this game is you've only got to fly around Stanton to understand there's more than enough space for all this to happen. And this is going back to your dropship, you know, go to a planet, you know, get money per kill. This game is going to be so big with all the systems as they start to implement them. There's no reason you can't have a couple of systems where the laws don't apply, and these are the systems where orgs go to war, and they don't have to worry about crime stat or everything else.
And to add to what Luna's saying, I actually completely agree. The arrow is way too good in certain situations, like way too good. Yeah. But I do think if I was to take it to a moon that had like, you know, a 1-to-1 atmosphere and gravity to like what our moon is, I should be able to flip an arrow around like a maniac on it because there's nothing there stopping it, right?
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah, no, but I completely agree, Luna. Like, I think it's tuned horrendously, the arrow, but that's what makes it so good for low flying, is because you can do incredibly stupid things that would be impossible.
Yeah.
And plus, like, I mean, most things in the game would be impossible. You reach over like 11 Gs, you're going to turn to paste. Like, or at least parts of you are, right? So, like, it is what it is.
Your ribcage isn't a ribcage anymore.
Yeah, I try not to argue the whole extreme realism factor when it comes to the flight model because, then you start talking about G's and it's all out the window.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna try to catch up with some of the comments here. Darkness says, I'm very surprised that racing ships aren't more designed for that kind of flying. You think that going through those courses with those turns and through and stuff would be very much low fly material. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the key thing, right, for all of us is that, is that the beautiful thing about a game this size is there's space for it all to exist and for it not to encroach. So the stuff that you don't want to get involved with, you don't have to.
Yep.
The stuff that you love, there's plenty of iteration on that for you to go and enjoy.
I do agree with Darkness, though. You'd think a ship that was designed for racing would be phenomenal for low flying, but they just, to be honest, they're completely arse.
Yeah.
Also, Laughers, much love. Hope your event is awesome, and make sure you jump back over to Drinkers with Gaming Problems and check out the video on YouTube for CitizenCon.
Enjoy, Laughers. I hope you have a good time, mate. Yeah, there's a couple of people. I think Stack from my chat is off to one of the in-person events.
Oh, so, okay.
Yeah, there's
cool.
A couple of people going to the really big events and quite excited for that. To Hortz, welcome in. Good to see you.
Also, and holy shit, Laughers, thank you for the 33 months of support, homie. That's massive.
Holy moly. Absolutely. They said you should make a CitizenCon, a sitcom bingo card. I feel like one's enough.
Yeah, we've got our trigger words, which is what I think we should call them because...
and we
being
know we're going to
politically
die.
correct is boring.
Like we know there is going to be significant pain and grief tomorrow. That's okay.
We'll be fine.
You'll be fine. I'm gonna die.
Look, that's why I got the cigars. All right, it's for the end of the night. That's gonna fix everything.
I have a feeling Noob's gonna be like, it's all right, Badgers. Like, go to bed. You'll be fine. But yeah. Waybreak says, or is it going to be binary when you're in atmosphere or you're out? I don't think it is. I think because we already know that, right? If you walk around Hurston, you don't suffocate. If you walk around Lyria, you do. So I think they're already there with that sort of stuff, and there is no atmospheric flying in the game at the minute.
Sorry, I just read something, but we forgot to add soon.
Soon. Do you know what? I mean,
we'd
you
probably
say
die.
Yeah, we'd say
we'd probably die. Yeah.
Like, yeah, we did actually look at soon, but yeah. Bongo says that's accurate. I've seen the man drink. 100%. The only reason he's felt any of it is he didn't eat since yesterday, and we started drinking lunchtime today. Didn't we?
But I feel good now. I've had some food. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, no, I'm
it
fucked.
soaked it all up.
He's all right.
I'm feeling great.
Yeah. Send help.
Badgers and noob. It's like Christmas morning. How's that for a comment? That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Dropped Yogurt. We appreciate you, man. Thank you very much.
Dropped. Thank you, buddy.
Look at that. Famous, my favorite content creator, my favorite streamer all in one stop. There you go. That makes us feel good. Thank you. Thank you.
Edison, see, here's the thing. I appreciate what you're saying. You're saying pride of the Navy, don't let him outdrink you. And I love that, but he's Navy too. Also, Edison, just as I've got you here, I'm going to disappear off camera and I'm going to come back because I know you more than anyone else is going to appreciate this. So when I met Edison at the last CitizenCon, Edison gifted me with something, and I feel like I couldn't do this until he was here because he deserves to be the person to see this. But I feel now I can be my own Star Citizen themed Bond villain. This is the badger that Edison got me for last CitizenCon. I've kept him. He's all good. See, he's not bad. He's even still got the tag on him, Edison. That's how well I've looked after him. This is the badger for CitizenCon. But yes, but thank you, mate. Like, absolutely. I know we made jokes about him being like soaked in drugs and then you washing him off and then giving it to me to hide the evidence, but he's been well looked after and he shall be well looked after. But thank you, Edison. It's all good, man. Good thing that's not a beaver, says Chavez. Wait, what do you mean, good thing that's not a beaver? Maybe I wanted it to be a beaver.
There's very specific streams that you stroke beavers on.
Live
though, on
I've
camera
been
too.
single too long. I don't want to talk about it.
You make way more money on those ones. It's alright.
Yeah, maybe I should do exactly the same thing but stream on OnlyFans.
Do it.
I feel like I could make money by like, if you don't give me $5 in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to take my top off. So get people to pay me to keep my clothes on.
That's the secret. Oh.
That's it. Exactly that.
Okay.
So yeah, that was good. I know I was just trying to rile you up. No, he's Navy too. Like this is the win-win. Whoever wins, whoever loses, Navy wins. Just saying.
That's fair. Dareth, not back home now, buddy. I'm the only reason I'm able to stream right now is because Badgers. I'm literally right next to him. See, but yeah, he's I'm using his internet, so I'm able to actually get online and say hi, and couldn't have come at a better time being CitizenCon.
No, absolutely.
It's almost like we planned it.
Yeah, almost.
Almost.
Don't let anyone know how much this was ad hoc, because they'll never tune in again. But yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No, it's been good fun. It's crazy to think that it was only 12 months ago that we were at the Manchester one.
Yeah,
so
it's really flown by quite fast. Like, obviously, I didn't go to that one, but CitizenCon itself really flew.
Yeah,
and like we're here again and hoping for the best.
Absolutely. But I tell you what I like, because people see CitizenCon and you see the content and people will form their own thoughts. The one bit that not everyone gets to do is like be there and experience it. And I saw the 2019 one in Manchester. I saw the 2024 one in Manchester. And I tell you what they did really well was the 2019 one could have just been like a business conference, right? It was a bunch of rooms, and the only bit that was really themed was they had the room with all the food in, and they had community booths from all the orgs and all that sort of stuff. And that was cool because it was smoky and darkly lit and all that sort of stuff. But everything else was just like, hey, go to conference room like A if you're going to go to this brief, and go to conference room B if you're going to go to that brief.
Gotcha.
And it was like, really? And the only difference was they had an ice sculpture of the Carrack, like, out in the main hall. And then someone genuinely walked up with a cocktail, ripped the top turret off and dropped it in the drink. You know, and you're just like, I can't approve, but also, that was a baller move. Like fucking well done.
Move, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the big thing that changed, and I'm sure, like, Edison and Can and Soda and all that will say the same thing, is the last one felt like you were at a CitizenCon event, you were at a Star Citizen event where there was other stuff going on. They had all the lights done, they had the fucking Hornet out and all the sound checks, they had the bar, they had all the banners up. Yeah. And it's never felt like that before. Obviously, I've not been to the LA one, so it might have been it felt like that at the LA, but it was pretty good. Just to keep everyone happy, I'm going to go get you a beer, and I'm also going to nip to the loo.
Radio.
You good for another one?
Yes, please.
Shall I get you another two?
Yeah, grab us two, so we don't have to get up.
Right, I'm going to go to the loo first, and I'm going to come back. You guys know what you're doing.
Appreciate it.
I shall leave you to it.
But yeah, so I always wanted to go to the Citizen Cons, but it's much more difficult living all the way out in Australia. Like, for example, the flight here was 24 hours. It was a full day event. So yeah, and they're very expensive flights. And I think the wife would divorce me if I went on any form of holiday overseas and didn't bring her along, so it's doubly expensive. But yeah, I'm a little disappointed that the time that we were able to actually get out and go on some type of holiday, they didn't do an in-person CitizenCon, but it is what it is, unfortunately. I just can't do anything about that. That kind of event feeling is what I think this year is missing already. Yes, you're 100% right. Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. It's your bandwidth must be crying. Yeah, Badgers bandwidth it seems to be holding up pretty good. I don't have my OBS on like super huge quality, but I guess we'll see. But yeah, even though we're not even watching CitizenCon right now, and it's like we're effectively streaming it. Yeah, it still doesn't feel like the hype of having a room of thousands of like Star Citizen players and Squadron 42 enjoyers all there at a location and eagerly anticipating what they got planned and the things they're going to do. And also I feel like the fact that it's the event's only going for a couple of hours really kind of lowers the expectations a little bit. But at the same time, we could be in line to be pleasantly surprised. We just don't know. I guess we'll know in how long now? Like 40 minutes or so?
Yeah.
So, yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Dareth is asking, so Europe still, you're going to visit Denmark then? Unfortunately, nobody, not going to be able to fit that in. I'm going to be in the UK for the vast majority of the rest of the stay. I got some friends that I've known since before I ever started streaming, and they'll never talk to me again if I don't at least visit those guys while I'm here, and that's going to happen in about a week from now. But I'm going to do that, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Proper convention unlike previous ones. Yeah, Bongo, I agree. I've heard from co-workers that those 18-24-hour flights are brutal. Yes, they really are, dude. They are fucking horrendous. Mind you, we went as economy gets. I'm surprised there wasn't like a chow hall inside the fucking aeroplane. Effectively, yeah. So we went as cheaply as we could, and we went with Thai Airlines, which to be honest wasn't too bad. I think Mum and Dad nearly died from the food though. They're very stereotypically Aussie, and the fussiest eaters I know. So as I'm sitting there enjoying quote unquote enjoying the aeroplane food, I'm like kind of looking over at Mum and Dad eating, because I brought Mum and Dad for the first like week and a half of the holidays because my dad's always wanted to go on a Spitfire. The like it's been a life dream of his to go on a Spitfire ever since he was a little kid. And growing up, all I heard about was Spitfire, 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 Spitfire. He's like, you could ask him how many rivets are in the wing, and he'd be able to tell you, depending on the model and the year.
Yeah.
You know, like that's how much like he's obsessed with them. So part of this trip, I just wanted to get him on that damn aeroplane and just like that bucket list, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's awesome, and I've actually got. You won't be able to see it. Maybe I'll put a picture up later on. I've got a picture on the wall of a Hurricane and a Spitfire low over across the field. There is something, you know when it is. I mean, here we have close by. We've got the police control centre, so you have the MPAS helicopters. Mm-hmm. We have the RAF overflight, so you have Apaches, Chinooks, Lynxes going over. We have all that sort of stuff, right? When the Spitfire comes over, fucking hell, don't you know it? Yeah. You just tell by the engine note. It's just that sound that is just.
It's a Merlin. It's a Merlin V12, dude. It's a lot of liters.
Yeah,
it's a very chunky boy.
And that's the beautiful thing with most things. Like you can tell with the Chinooks because you get the waka waka sound. You get the proper whoomp 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 whoomp. It's very like bassy note. And then when the Spitfire goes over, you rush to the windows, you rush outside to watch it. It's incredible. So yeah, badges in the shirt, says Matthew. Mate, I mean in a t-shirt, but there's some buttons on it, so I guess that's kind of that. But yes, hello to everyone. Welcome in. I see the hearts. Thank you. Yeah, so really cool. Yeah. Sorry, I'm catching up with the chat as I've come back in, so I've kind of come in and gone, I don't know what to say now. We're there. But yeah. Yeah, Jean Java says, I live by a US National Air Guard base, so lots of A-10s and Chinooks. Yeah, very, very cool. Funny you should mention that. So I might show you guys, I've said to Noob, I'm sorting out the house. So everything upstairs now is in the centre of a room. It's going to get covered with a sheet in a couple of weekends' time. I'm going to paint the wall, bedroom's going to get moved, and we will have the studio done. But as part of that, I've been kind of arranging some stuff. And funny you should mention an A10. Would you like to see what an A10 fires? So this, Sands of the Round, is the size of shell that an A10 fires. Right, just as a scope. It fires 72 of those a second.
It's a Red Bull can.
Yeah, basically.
Yep.
It's terrifying. But yeah, so I got one of those because the same gun, the GA U38 Avenger, that's on the A10 is also, or was also, part of the Goalkeeper weapon system, which is a self-defense weapon system in the Navy. And when they did a live firing, I got one of the rounds, one of the spent casings given to me. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, A10s and all that sort of stuff. Awesome.
Very much so, yeah.
But yeah, luckily enough, Luna, well, I'm on gigabit. So at the moment, everything is telling me that we are not struggling with bandwidth. We seem to be all right. Hopefully you guys aren't having any stuttering or anything else. It seems to be going okay.
Yeah, so, I think everything's fine. I was just double checking the phone, but yeah, everything seems good.
Awesome.
How much longer am I going to be across the pond? 2 weeks-ish. Another 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Darkness says, so 40 minutes. You guys are going to be sloshed before then with all those mega swigs. By the time the trigger words happen, you're going to be drunk anyway. Yeah, that's the plan. I feel like what I've done is I've lent very heavily on my channel name to the gaming problems. I've not really done the drinkers bit.
We'll fix that tonight.
I know I'm going to have to work.
Lost time.
I was going to say, I know I'm going to have to work hard to keep up with Noob. So, yeah, I'm leaning into it quite heavily, and it's all a good thing. So yeah, nothing crazy looking on my end. Good. Nope, all good, says Matthew. Good. I'm pleased. Yeah.
Do you reckon we'll get pyro this year?
No way.
No?
No, absolutely not. There's no way that's coming.
I'm sorry, that was a little bit of a stupid question, really, wasn't it? We're not going to get pyro this year. Of course not.
We get pyro. So yeah, that's all good. Bongo Bane says, yeah, so the GAU 38 Avenger. Absolutely that. Smooth here too. Good, I'm pleased.
Well, at least you know you could dual stream now.
Mm-hmm. Well, absolutely. Yeah, we can do this more often, so that.
No, I mean, like, you personally could do Twitch and YouTube. It's handling it.
Ooh. Yeah. Edison says, clearly we're going to get Odin. Edison, sorry.
Someone ban Edison.
Teapot, good to see you, my friend.
Someone ban Edison.
Yeah, ban him. Ban him! Yeah, so we're all good. But no, it's looking all right. I was, luckily enough, we picked up the, there was Gigabit for very, very cheap. And I don't know why it was very, very cheap, but it is. And it's holding up nicely. So
yeah, it seems to be doing really well.
Let us know if it doesn't work, but it seems to be doing okay. So, yeah, what we'll do is, just so you guys know, if you're hanging around waiting for CitizenCon and you are worried about what's going to happen, both Noob and I we're sure on this point. We are going to do the talking in the gaps.
Yeah.
We're not going to pause it. We're not going to, unless it's absolutely necessary. We're not going to talk over the top of it so you can't actually hear what's talking about. If we need to spend an hour after the stream, we'll spend an hour after the stream talking about it.
We can take notes.
We want you to enjoy it as much as we do.
Yep.
So, yeah. So please, don't worry about whether or not we're going to talk over the top of it. We're not. We're going to mute it. Even if we're eating, we're going to mute it so you don't have to hear us chewing, but that's that. Just hover your mouth over that bottle tip again, Badgers. Never mind why, just do it for me. Just saying. So that's all you get. Anything else, my OnlyFans is linked in the description. And now after the stream slurring about it, you mean? Absolutely, Teapot. If you wanted sober game conversation, you wouldn't have subscribed to Drinkers with Gaming Problems, would you? That's the whole point. So yeah. Just like 2023, you did it the same then. That's why I like watching it here best. John, I'm really pleased. Napo says, and I'm spent. Yeah.
So yeah, I think the best method is as soon as it starts, we'll essentially just mute.
Yeah.
They're gonna probably have some breaks or some intermissions, stuff like that, potentially, unless it's entirely like
exactly
pre-recorded. It might entirely be pre-recorded. We don't know.
It might be. And we might just add the occasional word or the occasional question or the occasional prediction as we go through, but I categorically don't want to be talking over the top of it, because I wouldn't sit in a stream and watch anyone else talk over the top. So I'm not going to do it to you guys. So there we go. Star Citizen is live now. Refresh.
Ban Eddie. Ban him.
That wasn't Eddie. That was Shredded Toast.
Damn it. Ban Shrouded Toast. No, don't. You know what?
Oh, here we go.
Ban him anyway.
This is an audio test.
Well, we better stand by for dad jokes.
The sound of my voice.
No, God.
Please type Disco is a real cool guy in chat. I see Twitch, but
Yeah.
Counts a
YouTube.
dad joke.
Sure does.
Cheers.
Disco is a real cool guy, YouTube. There you go.
So I'm starting on that much.
We started a while ago, but
We did start a while ago, but I'm starting the tube on the stream on this.
Kenzo says Disco is not a cool guy.
So we're watching through YouTube, not through Twitch. So there. The Caragod says, any questions for narrative team?
All right, we're going to start our 30-minute countdown in about 2
What sort
minutes.
of improvements can we get, or can we expect when the mission system version 2 comes in? What sort of things is that going to enable them to do in general terms? Don't
All right,
need
next
specifics,
question, chat.
But
How many
is that
fingers
gonna
am I holding
change
up?
How we see missions and how we experience them. Are you sat with the narrative team now, Stack? Can you kidnap one and bring them back to the UK, please? I've got some questions. Hey, Shadow, welcome in. Don't tell them. Yeah, it is just a black screen. It's fine. The whole thing is a black screen. That's not a...
this is actually how Citizen's going to be this year.
They're just going to show everything off with a black screen.
Yeah.
Nice. Like it. Like it. No kidnapping tonight, says Caragod. You're not the boss of me. Yeah. Narrative question. Oh, I suppose narrative, that's not the mission feature team, is it? It's the narrative. Interesting. Any questions for the narrative team?
Yeah. Why do they write missions like DMs that never want to finish their own campaign?
I'm not getting involved in that. So here we go. We've got the countdown now on the screen. I'm just going to mute it or knock it down a little bit. So there we go. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very loud. How can you kidnap without spilling drink? Well, you nick the drink and then you kidnap. I mean, Jesus. If I've got to work this all out, I might as well be there myself. Why do we even send you there in the first place, Stack? No, I'm not saying that out loud, Can. Yeah, so there's that.
Also, thank you to Toast for the heads up on them going live, by the way.
Yeah, thank you, Toast. Yeah.
Appreciate
Cheers,
you,
mate.
homie. If it was Eddie, though, we definitely would have banned him from chat.
Yeah, 100%. Just
Yeah.
because it's Eddie, not because it's... Yeah.
For no other reason. You know what? Even though it wasn't Eddie, ban Eddie anyway.
Mm-hmm. When it hits 10 minutes to go, Chavez says he'll make popcorn. Well, make sure you make enough for everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise that's just selfish. But yeah. So yeah. I mean, it's really interesting. This is such a different experience from last year. And obviously I was there, so it's going to be different. But, you know, just the whole... You know, the fact that it's so late, the fact that we know that it's only 2 hours, that it's not going to be a whole, day worth of experience. Sorry?
That's what I was saying earlier when you were up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really weird feeling for CitizenCon, isn't it? Because typically it's this really huge event.
Yeah.
It's quite overwhelming, but, you know, and you think to yourself, as a content creator, you sit there thinking, fuck, I've got to sit through like 6 hours of this today and 8 of it tomorrow, you know, like you're thinking to yourself, fuck.
Yeah.
And this year it's just like 2 hours and done. That's wild.
Yep.
It's like, I don't even know where to start. And I'm wondering if they're just going to information dump aggressively and then just be like, peace and bounce, you know what I mean?
Just drop the mic and walk off stage.
Drops mic
Everyone's
and walks
like,
the fuck off.
There's no outro music. There's no nothing. It's just like,
yeah.
Oh, I guess that's it then.
You know, I wouldn't even be mad, but like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm hoping there's a lot to talk about.
Though not particularly prized for its intelligence, what it lacks in brains, it makes up for by being incredibly, well, horny. A commodity highly sought after by hunters and poachers alike.
Oh, these must be the
Fortunately,
The
for
videos?
our Cobion, that is, this usually results in a free meal.
Not the face!
Yeah. So these are the I think these. Matthew says, "Sorry lads, Chris had his fun with all the celebs. Cheers for the money. We're out." Wow.
That's funny as hell.
Yeah, exactly that.
Look, all right. So, unfortunately, I think we're going to cop a lot about new ships or potential. Like, I know they said they're not going to do like what was it? Concept ships anymore, right? They said they might do like one or two, but they're pretty much done with the idea of concept ships to be able to catch up.
Yeah.
But I think we might see a lot about ship stuff, which, to be honest, unless it's the Perseus, I couldn't care less what they want to talk about. But at the same time, I really hope they don't focus very much on ships whatsoever. I would just like to see them talk about how our general experience playing the game is going to get significantly better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because overall, love the game, fantastic. But sometimes, my God, you know, like,
I know the feeling.
Like, just something as simple as like medicating yourself, like with a stim. You know, it's a button to pull a stim out. Anyone that's had any experience with a firearm in a combat scenario knows that the last thing you're going to do is holster the fucking weapon so you can inject yourself with a stim. All right?
Yep.
You would still be holding the firearm up in a ready position, especially if you don't have cover. You would be grabbing the stim, injecting your leg, hand straight back on weapon. Why is it a 4-button process to go from gun back to gun when you're stimming yourself? You know, it's just so clanky. I'd love to see little things like that really ironed out.
Yeah.
And like, I've said this before, and I've had the argument of, well, they did it like that so that it takes longer. Well, then just give it an injection timer, right? So the stim takes X amount of time to inject fully. Yeah. You know, there's so many different ways around.
Kind of pop the cap off, and then they inject it, and then they're gradually doing that rather than just that.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways you could do it, but there's just so many little things that make the game feel very clunky. I'd like to see a lot of that stuff, you know, make it feel more like a game and not an experiment.
Exactly that.
Oh, he's fucked.
That's a fucking refund right there. Which button do I press to get up? Oh, F4. Yeah, that makes sense. Dell says, "Noob, you got to stop making sense." Avi says, "Not gonna lie, it'd be kind of funny if half the CitizenCon is just the ad for the battle cruiser."
You know what? You know what? You may see me rush to look at my bank account and then cry.
Ah, shit. Yeah.
If I didn't go on this goddamn
How do you refund a Spitfire flight? Yeah. A once in a lifetime flying a plane that is iconic throughout the ages.
Well, I didn't get to go on it. I
Oh,
put
my
Dad on it.
batteries.
I called my dad. Damn it, Dad.
Yeah.
It's like, how was Europe? It sucked. I missed out.
I hope you're happy, Dad.
Yeah. How was your Europe trip? Oh, it sucked. I missed out on a JPEG.
Son, why do you keep sending me photos of the ship? Because that's what I missed out on for you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, Hal Winter says, "I would take a med pen over a TQ and a med pouch any day, as in a tourniquet or tourniquet." Avi says, "Could make it a skill or something. Do it so if you played SQ or had the military backstory or something as Squadron, to let you do stuff like that, like faster medical, being ambidextrous rather than swapping." I think they've kind of already done this, right? In
the lore perspective.
Yes, but also in the game, to an extent, they've given us a choice between pistols and medguns. So that, you know, and I know what people are saying is that, you know, historically people with, you know, medics would more use pistols and everything else. But how do you make it so medics can only have one or maybe even no primaries? That doesn't make sense with backpacks in the system.
In a narrative like Star Citizen, where they're literally making up whatever the hell they want, and the influence is coming from so many places, it could be that medics are, you know, they carry the same kit that everyone else does, just they're medically trained.
Yeah.
You know? And they could be that there's a requirement for every soldier to carry at least some medical supplies.
Yeah.
You know, they could write it to be anything they want. The narrative is theirs to create. They could do whatever they want. I'm on the opposite side of things, where you would take a med pen over a tourniquet and med pouch any day. I'm a Tarkov fan. I love the fact that, like, if my arm gets blown out, I've got to, you know, do field surgery and dress it, or if I got a heavy bleed, I've got to put a tourniquet on, or I love the different variations of things I have to do to be able to fix myself in Tarkov. I know that's not for everyone, and that's fine, because you could still have it so both types of players could win in that scenario. Where you could have it so that you could pop yourself with a med pen. It's got a higher cost in, like, the amount of, like, drug...
The blood drug,
blood drug, you know, percentage. And it keeps you going for a while, but doesn't permanently fix you, right?
Yeah.
It could be that, like, your health slowly diminishes back to where it was. I'm not talking about injury specific, just the amount of health that you have. There's so many different ways they could balance it to make it a thing. And also, we could go really sci-fi futuristic with a lot of it. Like, instead of a tourniquet, it could be like a foam gel spray-on out of a can that
100%.
just solidifies, you know?
Yeah.
Like, anything. You could make it super cool and realistic, or futuristic. It's entirely up to how the dev team goes about it.
Yeah. Well, interesting, Wayback saying, it seems like they don't want to see medic as anything special, that the whole everyone can do everything concept. I think the way they get around that is by making it something that you get better at the more you're interested in it. So like you say, you've got the idea, like in Tarkov, if you wanted to, you could shoot one of those combi pens, and it's not the most effective way, but if you've got any injuries that are slowing you down, it will solve it momentarily. If you've got the injury that stops you aiming...
exactly like Tarkov,
Exactly that. So that they could do that and take that into the game. But if you want to be the person, like, you know, I dread to think how many people are using the med gun right now and have never opened the advanced screen.
Oh, yeah. But at the same time, I also don't want Star Citizen to just become Tarkov, right? Because it's its own unique experience, and it should stay like that. But there's definitely things from a lot of other games that they could take some inspiration of, just so that the things like the medical gameplay didn't feel so vanilla, you know, where it's either Beam Citizen or Pen Citizen, you know, like for that type of thing, or like the ballistic system is, well, there is none, you know, like, you know, so like stuff like that. You could definitely take a lot of inspiration from, you know, insert any game really that has a decent system, like Tarkov or DayZ or Armor, any of those things, and you could definitely make it more interesting. This would be a little bit of it. But don't copy it one-to-one, make it your own, make it interesting and fun and futuristic.
Toby, talking about that,
Yeah. That looks good too, doesn't it? I love that. It's so cheesy, but it's good.
Nice.
Yeah.
German, hello, buddy. Welcome in. Yeah, Matthew, you're talking about basically like the Overwatch number. That's it. So Biscuit says, I agree about wanting the game to just run better and be a better experience all around. Bongo says, the game makes it hard to love it.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, like, so context for Bongo, I know Bongo quite well. Bongo has been around for a very, very long time in Star Citizen. So Bongo is at the same point where I am, where like you kind of be cynical until something magical happens, and then you're pleasantly surprised. You know what I mean? And we were talking about this the other day, and it makes a lot of sense. So I feel like there's a lot of people who are in that area, right? And Bongo does the right thing. Also, what I recommend to a lot of viewers that drop in and just say, look, I'm fucking sick of this game. Go play other games. Okay, there is other games. Other things exist. Go play some Helldivers. Go play some Space Marine 2. Go play some goddamn GTA if that's what you're into. A racing game. Fucking, if you need a sci-fi fix, play some Dead Space, or God forbid, jump on, what's that other space flying game? Elite Dangerous. Yeah, Elite Dangerous. Go and enjoy some other things, and then come back. And then you'll be pleasantly surprised at how much extra shit you've got to do. It's so important to really just cleanse the brain of like the Star Citizen rot, because you'll build up such a resentment for the developers and the game and everything that's happening, and then you'll turn into, you know, someone that essentially just hates on it constantly. And you know, you don't want to build a community or become part of a community that looks forward to doing that, because it's not healthy for anyone, or the Verse project, anything like that. And look, speaking as a content creator on like Twitch, right? I guess I'd say a streamer, not a content creator, but like as a streamer, I get way more views if I stream Star Citizen. If I'm streaming Star Citizen over like X amount of time, my viewership will climb, and it gets pretty goddamn good. And the second that I play a different game, oof, it plummets. But I'm not worried about that. I play other things because I need that cleanse. I want to play other things, and it's not. I'm not getting to the point where Star Citizen is the only thing I think or care about. You know, like I need something else to keep me level, and I feel like there's a lot of viewers that still stick around even when it's not Star Citizen, that also feel very refreshed. You know, so definitely need to play other games. Like, I would highly recommend that for you guys. If you're ever feeling like Star Citizen fatigue, go play something else. Anything. Touch some grass. I heard it exists. I heard sometimes it smells nice. I don't know myself. I've never experienced it. But yeah, grass apparently is something you should touch.
Yeah.
Variety is the spice of life. 100%.
Yeah. Exactly that. And then Bongo says, "Go touch grass for the love of the Emperor." You're not wrong, mate. Absolutely. You know, and this is what I love about what we do, and you know, you do it much more than I do in terms of building community, because you're at this very, very regularly. Whereas for me, it has to fit around the day job and stuff.
Well, I've got no life.
That's not what I was saying. Not even exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
but this is what I love about what we do, is that, you know, you build that community of people who are cautiously optimistic about the game, who want it to succeed, who also have that realism head of, hey, we've seen it fail at times and we've seen it do some really fucking weird things. But at the end of the day, we want it to do well. And I think that's the beauty of this sort of stuff. And, you know, I'm not saying that you and I are some sort of paragon of the community. If it wasn't us, it would be someone else. But that's what I really enjoy is, you know, for me, DGP was always created as this space for people who have similar interests, whether that's PC gaming, whether that's tabletop gaming and Warhammer and all that shit. It doesn't matter. But it's been just an incredible journey, even up until now. You know, even if I decide tomorrow I don't want to do this shit anymore and I'm out, it's been incredible to meet everyone, to meet yourself, and just have that kind of shared love of something. Even though we know nothing about each other when we first meet, we've got, you know, potentially nothing in common other than we all like Star Citizen and we all like the idea of that sort of game. And that's the sort of thing that we want to play in the future. I think that's a really nice, that's a really good indictment of the community.
Yeah, and I think the community really like reflects that as well because like a really good example, right, is I used to stream a lot of Tarkov. And I used to stream Hunt Showdown and fuck, God forbid, a little bit of Scum and other things like that, but like mainly Tarkov, right? And most of the time, you kill someone in Tarkov, you're either a hacker or they're going to insult you, or like there's that 1% chance that the guy's going to come in and go, "Oh man, nice kill," you know.
Yep.
And like they can be really toxic, like really, really toxic. In Star Citizen, it's like the polar opposite. Most people that I've interacted with in the community, whether that be in game or outside of the game, it's been pretty damn awesome, to be honest. Like and I'll tell you this is a fun fact. I've only ever banned one person on Twitch from the Star Citizen community. Just one. And it's just because I'm being a dickhead.
Do you feel up to giving us a name or not?
I can't even remember at this point. It was a while ago, and they were just being a tool in chat and like just like using some gamer words and stuff like that. And I was just like, no one needs this here. See ya, boom, gone.
Yeah,
and that's literally it. That's one person, and I've been streaming Star Citizen for a long time. So like to be honest, it was me. I mean, other than the joke bans where I just like asked Mongo to ban a random person for no reason whatsoever. Which happens sometimes. But yeah, it's so the community for Star Citizen has been incredibly impressive as a group. It really, really has. And I'd like to know, this is actually a question for chat and yourself.
Yeah.
I will get your opinion first and then we'll read some. But why exactly do you think that is? Do you think because there's a different type of buy-in process towards this game? You can't just go to Steam, go bang, and then it's in your account, you're playing it? Do you think because it's more of like a pledge-like system, you get a more mature crowd? What do you think? The different type of buy-in that it is? Or do you think just because it's like that old school space, like not old school in the terms of like what the space game is, but all us old heads wished for something like this when we were growing up, wished it existed, and it's like something that we funnel to now because it finally does.
Well, I mean, hey, I'm gonna out a good friend of mine, Matt, whose house I was at last weekend, helping him do some DIY. We used to get a LAN parties together, and on the way home one day, I'm driving and we're talking about what would you love to see in a game. And my point to him was, MMOs, they're really weird because they are single players with lots of people.
Yep.
And it's like, I don't know of many MMOs you couldn't do as a single player. Like, you could do Elite Dangerous single player, you could do World of Warcraft single player, you could do,
ESO, Black Desert, all those you could absolutely do, yeah.
Exactly that.
Except for the raids.
That yeah. But even then, I mean, like they've done the
some people
NPC
that have done it,
kind of
yeah.
So we sat down and talked about what we want, and we couched this in like a Warhammer setting, but it was like the idea that bring the Warhammer universe to life, and I'm not talking about one part of it. I'm not talking about fighting on a planet. I'm talking about like the ships, the whole shebang, like everything from.
Could you imagine how long it would take CIG to make a Gloriana vessel? Like, come on, dude. It wouldn't be a question of like when BMM.
Why did I just get what's her face off the Titanic? It's been 83 years. Like fucking that. But you see what I mean?
They're only 27 kilometers long. Surely they can knock that out.
I mean, like in fucking 3 weeks, right? But we were talking about this because we were talking about, and stop me if any of this sounds familiar. We want incredibly detailed spaceships. We want spaceships where the really big ones basically become scenery for the small ones, where they can fly around.
Yep.
We don't want you just to, if you're going to hack a door, we don't want you to run up and press F for X amount of time. We want you to do something that hacks it, and where
Absolutely.
if you're good at it, you'll get through the door quicker.
Yep.
And if you're not so great at it, you might still get through the door, but it'll take you longer.
Or you might
And
set off
you'll-
some alarms.
Exactly that. So we were talking about this. I mean, this is back in 2004, 2005. We're talking about this, and then all of a sudden, cut to 8 years later.
Yeah, Risk Roberts comes out.
Yeah. And I'm reading this thing going, fucking, it's like he got in my head. Like he's creating this thing, but in terms of the community, everyone here, everyone in chat, everyone watching, we don't have that immediacy, right? Because there is, stop me if I'm wrong, chat. There is nothing in game where people would turn around and go, yeah, everything's in that I want for that gameplay loop. It's finished.
Mm-hmm.
But we've all been sat here for years. So it's that sort of, well, we don't have the immediacy. So everyone here is waiting for stuff that's going to happen that we don't, it's not that instant dopamine hit of like scrolling on your phone or whatever. We're all waiting for it to happen, and it's going to happen soon enough. But I think that's the key thing for us, is that everyone here is waiting on something, and just because they make one or two decisions that swing in the direction of we don't want that, there's that confidence that it's going to swing back. What do you reckon, chat? Are you Waybreak says, I've definitely noticed the player base in general has gotten far more standards or toxic as time goes by, especially recently. Matthew says, in my opinion, there's no rush to be the very best that no one ever was. It's a game that encourages group gameplay. Having more people is almost always better.
Now, I have something to say about that, though, Matthew, is what I really hope they do is they do focus. Well, you look at the events, like the last one, where you're running cargo, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do... so in the case of me, what I was doing was we were going and killing all the ships and then boarding the cargo ship, stealing it and flying away. It's a group effort, and one person benefits from it. That doesn't feel like a group designed event to me, and all of the other missions still didn't really feel like something that like benefited an entire group. If they made it like, and I know this is probably a bit more techy than what CIG would like to do for an event, but you just registered your group or like your org, and everyone who did it in the org, it contributed towards the event for them, right? And then if you got the people who really enjoy the event and they go and bash it out, then they get extra money and or they get their rewards faster and stuff like that. And the other people could still do it, and like it doesn't feel like you're not contributing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they could make it so it's percentile based, entirely based off the size of the group that you're in, even. You know what I mean? And everyone gets a cut of the cake instead of you having to do it for one person and then do it for the next person and then do it for the next person. It takes the MMO out of the MMO. And there's been so many events that do that. And part of the thing that I like to do on Twitch is help people get through some of the bigger events. It's like when we had the Overdrive Initiative. I did the Overdrive Initiative, Jesus Christ, I couldn't even tell you. Probably in total, over 200 times. Just because we just back to back would knock out that event over and over and over again for more and more people.
Yeah.
Just to try and help people out, get through all of like the event, just to make sure that everyone got their F7A. You know what I mean? And yeah, the events just, they don't feel like they're designed for a group.
Yeah.
Which kind of, when you're playing an MMO, kind of feels shitty, you know?
Agreed. Yeah. So Waybreak says, I think the idea goes beyond individual missions, though it's the fundamental design not being focused on head-to-head competition, which is not dissimilar to what you're saying. Edison says, Noob, I swear we better get racing variant of the Hammerhead. with ramming blades, else I'll be so disappointed. I mean, I can't help with that. Right, we have 2 minutes. I am going to nip to the loo. I'm going to get you another drink if you want.
Yeah, please.
Although I've popped you an Elvis juice there if you want to try that.
Yeah, I'll give that a whirl.
Well,
yeah, I'll give that a whirl. You're going to be able to hear this stuff? What, the CitizenCon stuff? Or are you talking about alerts and stuff? Because I don't hear alerts because of the stream setups.
Yeah.
My laptop now. None of the other stuff is connected. So
Yeah.
I don't hear alerts, but I see you, Goku. I appreciate you, homie.
Hey, Alpha. Good to see you.
Oh, fuck that guy. How you doing?
Well, I'm pleased to see you, even if he's not. All right.
How you doing?
Yeah, good to see you.
Sitcom.
One
yeah,
at a time says Rushy Pigeon. Good to see you, mate. And to everyone else that's rocked up in the time that we've been talking, really good to see you. I'm going to disappear because I've got like 1 minute and 30. But we'll be back shortly for the start of CitizenCon. Stand by. Back in a minute. You got another one, do you?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
Wallet time. Cut your hair, Goku. Also, another thing, how many events would have been completed without doing it as part of this group/community? Yeah, I mean, like, obviously they have to figure out a better method to make it more like an MMO, I guess. So, I mean, it's not my job. I am a consumer, right? That's my job is to play the game and consume the content. It's what we pay for and stuff like that. It's up to the mission team and the directors and all that type of stuff at CIG to kind of up the ante and create fun content for a group. You know, the game is meant to be an MMO, but most of the missions and events feel like you're playing it solo, so. Oh, you're so close. You got 5 seconds. Alright, we're going to be muting while this is happening, guys, so be ready for that.
We're going to pop the drinking game up. Please only play as long as you
finally
need
move
to.
past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness. Of course, there will be continued improvements to server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your playtime is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made to combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest for the time being, it's time to look forward to the next chapter of Star Citizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats. Last year, we announced our next star system would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month, when Star Citizen's third system comes online in Alpha 4.4. 2 new systems in 1 year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams, server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you. Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously today. So even If we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
Holy shit, that's awesome. We're gonna die with all this drinking.
With the foundational technology now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacium Belt. Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your hands sooner and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0. I'm so incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen, that begins with a little story.
We're actually gonna die at this rate, guys.
Yeah,
we're muted, so we're talking and we're kind of confirming when the drinks happen. But we
in
don't wanna talk about
2025, we introduced 2 major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal, and determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release, you'll now take part in the conclusion to that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the Regen Crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD and its shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Meller of the Hokro Agency. And just like the Pyro Must Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0. As this new chapter of Star Citizen begins, let's hear from just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe to life.
When the Nyx system was first discovered, the United Empire of Earth, the UEE, came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw opportunity where the UE didn't, QV Planet Services. And so they expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective, and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
So they went to the Nix system and established what became known as Levski. They wanted to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
They set up what they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times. So Nix today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UEE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebelling against? And they still see the Empire as being inherently unfair. They see their role as still trying to create a free and fair society. But on the other hand, they have more problems than ever. And there's new threats lurking around every corner. And they have to ask, are they prepared to handle that? Or do they need to turn to the UEE for help?
Making a star system is you approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
So the Nix system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nix is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nix.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch, build our own society, but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect. They're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nix safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
The Pyro Star is quite a warm star. Stanton Star is quite neutral. And the Nix is a little bit cooler. The system has its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas sort of nebulous cloud. And it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy. So because Nix is bordering Vandal space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nix gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vandal space. It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light. The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool. To give more atmosphere, I was testing out adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle. But then when you look away from the sun, you'll see the reflections and sort of like little glints of light. For the jump points in Nix, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have one from Pyro to Nix and one from Stanton to Nix. It should be going from Nix to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Glacian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that
We're gonna die,
is in
send
sort
help.
of the middle of the system.
The Glacian Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds, and it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
So the rocks in Nyx are a bit more sharp, like sorts of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like, very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little bit of extra flair.
It's also a good hiding spot for people who are trying to elude capture, maybe set up ambushes, that type of stuff.
Always feel way more interesting flying in those spaces than just, you know, through empty void.
And as we build out the Glacian Belt over the next year, lots of places to put new content.
Delamar is a very large asteroid in the Glacian Belt that QV Planet Services had built a mining base on that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
Levski is our first and biggest social outpost for Nyx.
It's kind of like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nyx and also from Nyx to other systems. But it does have a seedy underlayer to it.
Over the years, you're sort of improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location. When you fly towards the Levski, you see this huge gas ring around it. It's scattered small, mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
Well, Levski is immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You'll also see, growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pads along what I'd call the spine. Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Before, we were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you will see that there is an area to fly underneath. We plan on bringing in whole sea gameplay, so this is exterior cargo elevators, so as a team you will be able to load and unload cargo.
There's a lot more movement on the exterior, such as the cargo trains going around tracks. It's now going to be fully EVA-able. There will be walkways around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want. They can explore fully the whole place, which is great.
Unlike the majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only where the People's Alliance has people living.
We've had Levski before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since. but also visually. And there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death, all of them were. And Anthony Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
So if you take the elevator up to the top deck, you'll see the top view and the cargo area as well. So you can go through the cargo shop. You've got your normal kind of cargo needs. You'll have ability to trade and buy your tractor beam and other gear that you need. So if you were to die in the Nix system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
So Mercy Hospital is just basically, it's a local med station for all the residents of Levski, anybody traveling through the system. Again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people as they can.
Familiar but different. It's very
When
obviously Star
you
Citizen.
arrive at the hub's location, you'll be
But it
presented
looks
with
like
a lobby,
it's
elevator
exploring,
bank, and then you will
and
take
that's
that
incredible.
transit
achieve that in a
to
game
the hub room.
is pretty good.
So within that room will be pods.
And that's where the original miners would have lived. They're not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but they're a home for people in Levski. If you head down to the lower view deck, you'll go through into the Grand Barter, which is your main social and commercial area of Levski.
This is where you will see market sellers selling their wares. There will be stalls, there will be kind of more embedded shops.
And that includes things like Corderies, which is your armor shop, and also conscientious objects, which is for weapons. There's also one of my favorite places, Cafe Musée, which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a drink, and you never know who you meet down there. If you explore a bit more around the Grand Barter, there's other routes around and little side passages. There's another shop that's away from that area called Teachers.
Teach's Ship Shop is basically where you would go if you were looking to pick up a used ship, buy some ship parts, fix up your old ship, find some new stuff, sell some scrap.
We've closed up Dumpers Depot for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will now be sold at Teachers. Another new area, as well as the cargo shop that we've added, is the refinery deck for Levski. That's where you can take your processed goods, not just from Levski, but from the rest of the Nix system, and refine and sell those goods there. As a lot of the content in the next coming releases for Nix is going to be mining related. So it's super important that Levski is a really nice hub for mining type of gameplay. So we're really happy to bring Levski back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided a unique environment of it's run down, but the people who live there love it and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys, and we don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it grow as we work on it.
Like with everything, we're always learning and improving and finding new ways.
I mean, is there anything more Star Citizen than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
It's going to add a nice dynamic to Stanton and be a much more calming of, style system than Pyro.
The people that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game, and that's really exciting to me.
Levski coming back into the game is a huge milestone personally for me. So I worked on the original quite some time ago, so seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is fantastic.
Holy shit, guys, that's big news. Holy shit, that's big news.
Incredible, isn't it?
We're just talking about how long it's been away, and you know, it was taken away.
So we've talked about Levski, we've talked about the Glacian Belt, but you're probably asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Welcome to Nyx is your
Nyx.
first experience at a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved. There's things for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we had revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments. So this mission is basically going to be continuing on that trail.
So the Navy has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UAE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UAE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for doing various kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I going to be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff or military operations, that's all going to come from Intersect Defense Solutions. Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the Nyx system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
It's all right, we'll keep score, so when it comes back.
So when you come out of Quantum and you start your approach vector to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids, going through the Glacian Belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you go through. So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the Nyx system as the system was being established, but you'll also see some additional design cues that QV Planetary Services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, who does this belong to? Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now these asteroid bases are locked, so you don't know exactly what's inside just yet. But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only is this facility unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
First time in the PU, the Vandal.
So the Vandal are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the Nyx system. They don't really know what they want, don't know why they're doing it, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
Vandal raiding parties have been arriving in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in and picking at them. But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
There'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the Anvil Stinger.
You will be contacted by some civilians on arrival asking you for help.
So at this point, you have a choice. You can either bug out, mission over, or join the fight. This will be the first time since the PU launch that you'll be able to fight against Vanduul aggressor ships.
This fight will be intense. The player should be able to deal with them, but they will have to be prepared and they'll have to come back in to fight off this initial wave, and that won't be the end of it.
After you fight off the Vanduul ships, the mysterious inhabitants of the station invite you to come on board.
Which Insec sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QV stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
The player will be immediately ambushed. These guys are not your friends.
Of course, it's not going to be easy because the people that are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the players getting a sense of what exactly is going on here, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor, they'll be wielding unfamiliar weapons, and we want you to get a sense that you are in a new place, in a new territory, fighting a new faction.
So after you survive this initial ambush, you get back in touch with Intersec, and obviously the question is, who are these people? Why are they attacking? Why are the Vanduul attacking them?
At this point, there's more going on here than anyone thought. The directive from Intersect is to explore the station and collect as much information as you possibly can.
Along the way, you're going to get to explore some new areas.
It's not just the space station. There's the disabled capital ship. There's asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there, other forces that the Vanduul have been attacking. There's a debris field.
Explore the locations in any order you want and try to find out who these people are and why the Vanduul are after them.
You'll find new clues, you'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station, and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you've beat them.
And of course, this is a legally open station, so anything you find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow. This isn't just a one-time event, this is a permanent sort of mission that we're going to be adding to the game.
You can go back and repeat this mission and find ways to do it even better, even faster.
There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that Intersec will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to Intersec along the way.
I'm super excited to finally see the Vanduul in the PU.
I'm excited to bring cool Vanduul ship combat to SC.
Players in the PU will now get to face down these awesome ships and get a taste of like we already have it in Arena Commander where you get to fight the Vanduul swarm, and being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
So this marks a great milestone for us for not only pushing hard and adding great content this year, we're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
Guys, I gotta say, based on what he just said,
hello, everyone,
fucking well done.
and welcome to the Voyager Bar in beautiful scenic Orizon, where the staff of Cloud Imperium Games Manchester is gathered for their very own CitizenCon Direct watch party. As the dozens of such events happening at locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch this sneak peek at just a little of what the next year of Star Citizen has in store for everyone. Oh, that was really good, everybody. I'm Jared Huckabee, your host for the festivities and for the show today. And let me tell you, it's not a joke. It's not a gag. Next week, we're hitting our 9th patch in 10 months. And then in November, we're going to finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nix system. And in case you missed it, because you were chatting with friends, hi. It's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro many folks have been speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there. It's an exciting time for everyone at Cloud Imperium Games because, as the architects of our persistent universe said at the start of the show, the foundational tech that we've been building for so many years has now unlocked us to bring more to Star Citizen than ever before as we continue our journey towards 1.0. Now, before we continue with the show, let's get a few housekeeping tasks out of the way. First, we're simulcast on YouTube and Twitch. So if you want the keen communities of Twitch or the 4K ultra high resolution of YouTube, you have your choice. Second, throughout the broadcast today, we want to see and hear what you have to say along the way, and you can tell us on social media by using hashtag CitizenCon. We're especially interested to see any photos from those watch parties that are happening across the globe, and we're going to find some way to bring a few of them into the broadcast later in the program. Third, we've also had a CitizenCon contest going for people to create their very own slice of life in the PU videos, and we played the winning entries during our pre-show countdown. The offerings were super varied. The idea was to work with a team to show the life of a miner or a hauler or a bounty hunter or whatever. But one guy just said, I'm going to make a video about how awesome I am, and I respect that. So shout out Nocturnal Revenant. I don't remember if you were one of the winners getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you won the coveted Disco Lando Complete Narcissist Award. Good job. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in touch with you about your wolves or they'll just show up on your accounts. I really don't know how that process works. Probably would have been good to find out before the show.
I can guarantee that Castor is not.
Either way, if you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay after we're done here today. All right. I just realized that my bosses, Chris and Sandy, are sitting in a movie theater watch party in Switzerland right now. A completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now, forced to watch and listen to anything I say. Do either of you regret that decision so long ago?
That's a dad joke, right?
All right, so I've probably pushed my luck enough. Let's get to the next thing. When Nix arrives next month, it'll have Levski, the Glacium Belt, and the new Welcome to Nix operation we just discussed. But throughout 2026, we'll also continue to build the star system out with new features and new technologies that will not only set Nix apart and give it a unique identity from its sibling star systems, but continue to set Star Citizen apart from other video games altogether. Now, at this point, if you're running one of the watch parties, you're going to want to crank your speakers up for some brand new music from the Maestro Pedro himself, and let's take a look at some of what the next year has to offer for the Nix system.
At Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology, and through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world, and not just in the building of the new planets for the Nix system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now, this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale the Star Citizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail. With Genesis,
what the fuck is everyone
we've made
freaking
a
out about? It's
complete
airport.
paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules. Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different datasets, like height maps, humidity, temperature, soil types, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it. Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion. Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we want. The attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA. With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality, and it provides the quantity. Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place, with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down, build your home. Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows Genesis to realize our vision. As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development and hone in on the final look for Nyx.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on Planet Tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation last year. And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx. So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface, I don't really know. Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic, it's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's gonna have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's gonna be dangerous, because today, we're gonna focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system. Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps. These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology, in some cases because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, And the ground colouring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound colouring that forms the kind of colours there. Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the colour of the soil, sand and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet and use that to blend in tones of green, including variations due to species health and the current season. This creates a far more complete image and allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space. Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light.
Hey, Zini Boo. How you doing?
When we approached the surface of the planet, we wanted to start by focusing on just the soil and rock. One of the things that was missing from our terrain previously was simply feature complexity. Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles. These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes, they also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values. And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale, and allows us to create far more unique locations across the planet. So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks. We've now got two major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly, long desired feature, cliffs. We are adding large scale, varied detail to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before.
Look at this compared to Planetech V3.
The second is a big one for you ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell. Using physical data generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis. So if you're still crashing into them after this comes out, that's on you. The rock assets themselves have had a glow up too. We now create rock sets related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways too. So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks good, let's add some vegetations and explore some additional biomes.
We were just talking there, you probably seen us talking.
Next one's forests and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species, rock formations.
Imagine, yeah.
And they're found in all sorts of elevations, like mountain valleys, open plains, and dense
Apply
meadows.
this to any type of IP.
When we start to add a bit of
create
fresh
something truly
water,
unique and amazing.
they begin transitioning into more wetland type biomes.
I want a low fly around with that. So bad.
And while forests
Those
are
vertical
super
slopes
cool,
and those height
let's
differences
focus on the
between
grasslands
wetland
and wetlands today.
Compared to the original.
Well, the texture's unstretched.
So,
It's outstanding.
how are we making these look so great? Obviously, we've had grass before, but never meadows of it. Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and shading grass. With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes, whether it be dense meadows or more complex collections of ground cover like you can see in these wetlands. We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result they are now gravity aligned, meaning each blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before. Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as in real life, the shading of a grass blade, or indeed a whole field of grass, is lit very differently to like a flat surface. We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more like fur or hair. And this, if you think about it, makes sense. At a distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface. This improves how our grass looks from a near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass. So, let's talk about the distance problem. One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Can I say Lego? No. Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away. Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain. Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance. When creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more dramatic rockscapes.
It was a dad joke, but Jared didn't make it, so...
Those muggy wetlands, or even our festering swamps. So yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps, and they're coming to Nix 1 as well. Built using the lessons learned and all the technologies we've developed, these swamps now spring into existence from the planetary data. This biome combines all of the elements from the other biomes we've shown you today, from water interaction, denser spawning, unique ground coverage, and I think it creates something really unique. Anyway, that's our update on the Planet Tech portion of Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nix 1. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
As you can see, Genesis is now inspiring everyone here to create planets of the quality and believability we've always strived for. A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally. Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about today?
System-to-system hauling missions. Hauling is back.
No one said hauling was gone. You guys even play the game?
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nix, taking various volumes of cargo between the stations. So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships. And there'll be a few sort of more direct routes
So you might pick up some cargo from Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton, drop it off there at one of the LEOs.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to. They're no way limited. You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake Cutter myself, between Stanton and Nix.
Just a Drake Cutter.
I've got a few ships, but the Drake Cutter is really cute, so.
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships. Maybe the mission giver has tipped off some pirates who are looking to get a hold of that cargo, as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight and you've got to learn to be very fast. All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
At the start of the show, we said we was going to build out the Nix system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month, and why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own. We still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker. Okay, so Rockcracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rockcracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
So way out into the Keega Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations. These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned. So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life. It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
One of the main features is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working. It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long-forgotten tunnels, or you're going through the main laser entrance. Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser. You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid?
Yeah. You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
I'm really excited about Rockcracker because it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
It will be very new experience compared to any other asteroids, because this one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch on an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin, yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah, they've got to balance it.
It's for people who want a lot of minerals. When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
So that's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, when we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say ganking?
You already did. Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3-star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're gonna fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way. No, I'm being told it's mining. It's mining.
Brand new to this.
And of course, one of the most anticipated features coming to Star Citizen, Genesis, and what that means for the planets of Star Citizen, including the ones already in there. So let's talk to Will Hain and find out more. And I'm just remembering that Will Hain is in France at the watch party. Okay, France. Ask Slarty Bartfast over there how they're going to use Genesis to update the planets and moons of Stanton and get back to me, all right? Let's see if we can get some fjords. What else we got? The CitizenCon Digital Goodies Pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it. And that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nyx system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet. 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with the Van Duel.
Fuck
An
yeah,
intercept
boys, we're
medium
winning.
sweater
I'm
and
gonna buy
outfit.
that
A
straight
couple of
away.
crazy weapons that I'm
All right,
certainly
I'm
going to
gonna
learn
drink
about
to
in
that
just a few
alone, and
minutes.
also they
Some
said
slick
pirate
Levski swag. And finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Van Duel to Star Citizen, a cool Van Duel knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty solid haul for this year's Digital Goodies Pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store. So now, let's go ahead and transition into our next segment. Much of what you see in the show today has been the culmination of a lot of people's work in... What's up? All right, I had a dream about like this once.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you?
How you think the show's going?
Good. We're getting the Nyx star system and the Van Duel are coming.
Kind of been a lot of Nyx, right?
Well, yeah, but it's a major milestone and it deserves a major showcase celebrating
Yeah,
everybody's hard work. And
you got more, right?
well, yeah, there's spaceships coming out.
Cool.
Wow, it's like they only scanned the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning in PCAP does.
Well, this has been super cringe. So I'm gonna head out.
Bye.
Oh, regular CitizenCon is still better. You should have done that.
Of course. Thank you. Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet. All right. No. Let's just go to some spaceships, shall we?
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent universe. The last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
We had the Polaris come out, and obviously people have enjoyed playing with that. We snuck the Idris in without none of you expecting it for a while, and it's been a busy year. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalogue and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year? Probably the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
Everyone's mentioning the Wolf. The Wolf's everyone's favourite.
The Wolf, obviously a return of Kruger, a completely new aesthetic to the game.
The Wolf was, it was kind of everything we set it out to be, and it revived an old manufacturer. We've not seen anything from a while, so yeah, I'm going to say the Wolf.
The Golem, I think, is just an incredibly well-formed ship in such a small package. It really just shows off that Drake aesthetic, giving you the absolute bare minimum needed to perform a role.
I honestly do really like the Zeus. I think it came out really well. It's kind of hard to pin down a favourite, to be honest, because we've released, a lot of really cool ships.
Next year, we've got some super exciting ships coming up. We're ticking off a few big ones, which is good. We're going to see, again, maybe some ships from some manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup. There's a few big challenging ones starting, so they're good. A breadth of ships, should we say.
The 3 new ships we're going to introduce today all tie in some way to the primary factions fighting over the Nyx system. We'll start with the People's Alliance and Anvil Aerospace. Anvil is a very military-based brand. It's been a brand that's in Star Citizen for a long time, fighting for lots of military contracts and lore, often up against Aegis, and to the point it actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships' designs, such as the Hornet and Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard, based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life. The Paladin is a gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to support ground operations.
The gunship is a ship that's designed to stay in a sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game that are true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky archetype to control in game without being too powerful. It's designed with a lot of firepower and high armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
It's multi-crew, it's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor,
saying rude things about you,
lots of guns, big guns.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull. Obviously a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance. It feels like it's coming towards you even when it's just sat still, and I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
If we swing round, following the ship round clockwise, what you'll then see is the first of the side turrets. If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the hull exterior. That's because it has deployable armour, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual connected wings with the turrets out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the 2 remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it, and then the side turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage in all directions. One of the unique things about the Paladin is all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central 2-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the crew gets scattered across the ship, but With the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool experience, so you can really feel like you're playing as a group.
You've got the pilot, co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
We added a glass floor just to keep the two connected. I think that really helps with the feeling that you're all working together and communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do. Coming aboard the Paladin, you enter into this sort of armory ready room area. You have a variety of suit lockers and weapon racks in this room.
Everything's very militaristic, stripped back, simple. It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in there.
One of the improvements from the original concept is we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area, allowing you to store actual SCU crates. Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs you have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have the dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear you have the main sort of engineering area where the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
I think it's a very cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship. It's really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup, so something like the Valkyrie where you've got this big drop ship. You know, the Paladin's there just to make sure it's safe, make sure no one messes with you, and just basically scare people away.
The thing I like most, I think, about the Paladin is that it's very clearly got a crew of 4 and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot and the 2 gunners, they're basically all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk. When they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship together.
It's really odd to me that you call that, you like that there's one toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's you all work together. You're all equal at work. The
toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold. Yeah.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats. And talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Esperia. Esperia are a high-end manufacturer. They specialise in recreating exotic and particularly alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Esperia is the Anvil Stinger.
The Vandal are big, scary space aliens. They're like 7-foot-tall, evil war race that sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
Very reasonable.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots or high-ranking members within their clans.
The Stinger is a competitor to something like the FA or against the Scorpius.
It packs a lot of firepower in quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just both the number and the size of them. So it's there for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with big guns and taking all the hits. One thing Esperia have done differently with the Stinger is they have done away with the majority of the bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about the glaive and blade and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single-size 5-gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Esperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game. By doing this provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Esperia wanted for the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling, but underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Our job as the vehicle art team on the PU was to take the Stinger from the Squadron team and prepare it for life in the PU. We took an opportunity to take, this really well-established art style and, add extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. It connects the thrusters in, it connects all the underside of the vehicle, and it pulls the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from the Vandal ships that are currently in the PU. If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big kind of bubble dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape compared to some of our other ships, and also gives the pilot a unique position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility out the front.
Boarding the Stinger is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, lots of organic detail, rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you, and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being carried inside the cockpit.
Into the traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
Running their own narrative so they can ask what they want.
Very happy with the Stinger. I think the team have done a really good job of making something that feels different, it feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of respecting the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships in Squadron.
We tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, happy customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
So the Shiv, we don't really know what it is, to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of the cutlass visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside where, again, it sort of feels cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters, it's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters, it's upped its firepower.
As ever with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's like loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are like tools laying around in the cockpit.
He's going to toilet.
It's the jalopy in real life.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this? It's the Shiv.
This is something
So
new and different for
fucking
Star
ugly,
Citizen.
guys.
Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Just
Let's call the shit.
Just nothing. Just
No comment.
Gray goes to places and
actually
talks to
genuinely
people. I mean, you know, there are just many ways to find these things that, you know, I mean, are they legitimate, you know, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, you know, money's money.
Bucket isn't even.
Does
stuck
Gray
together
have a
before.
motto,
It's
an
obviously shit.
ethos to live by?
It probably
Typically,
comes
we wouldn't
down
talk over
to,
stuff like this, but this
don't
shit
ask where
doesn't
I got
deserve
it,
the,
Don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is looking for something a bit different, a bit away from the norm. They just want something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship. But it's also really strong, to be honest. And it's absolutely a statement.
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement and they're all cool.
As always, super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's Talking Ship for another year. So,
Yeah, you gotta do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
I'm talking about the new edition that came out in October. The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell. Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company in their right mind would ever make.
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
I think this is the one that not only is the most in demand, but I've been politely badgered about the most. It's a fun rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the art, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just like a really fun way of making a weapon work in kind of like a scrappy, glued together kind of aesthetic. The LMG, this thing is a really fun, slow-firing, hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal, and the only other weapons that have this right now in the verse are the Bearing Sniper Rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
Are you even trying anymore?
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just want, I want a slow-firing rifle. Give me a scrap-together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly find.
We don't have a rocket launcher of this caliber. It will be 3 grenades straight together that you pull into the tube and fire towards your enemies. The cool part about it will have an arming distance, so you will not be able to just point it towards an enemy.
it's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a single payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus, because if you've got the tube on your shoulder, and you try to aim it, you'd have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aim apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm going to hit it.
It's in the spirit of being a tube.
Are we gonna talk about binoculars? Binoculars are really cool. We don't have anything like this in the verse, and I think it will be really convenient to use something that's dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
Will the binoculars have glint?
Has completely ruined Space K-47.
I'm not aware of this one. Probably not,
No, I get
because
it.
binoculars are not
I'm just like
something that you need to be aware of.
It's really funny because obviously, due to Glintgate, as I beautifully internally call it, basically there was a lot of community feedback, basically saying like, oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing a spotter, and essentially I was like, oh, this community wants to be able to spot people from distances. And what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features? And it was like binoculars. And I prototyped a thing which essentially was just a scope in a hand, and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
How it functions.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
It's very basic. Not extensive, just basic. I don't expect him to know, like...
Thanks, Alexei and Zach. That's the end of this segment for this year, so that's Talking Ship and Weapons, unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else. It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
Otherwise you end up with Starfield guns.
Well. That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse, and they're all available right now up on the robertsspaceindustries.com store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop that includes all three, so you can fly them now ahead of their release next week when Alpha 432 goes live. 3 combat ships. I wonder if they'll have any additional uses coming up later in the show. That's a hint. All right, what else can I shill? Oh, there's merch. We've got these cool new Levski desk mat things. These are always popular. There's some Levski metal posters on the store, and of course, love them or hate them, but you can't avoid them. There's this cool new Wickelow's Emporium t-shirt. Yeah. There's also a page published earlier today with a bunch of links to offerings from our third-party partners, from eye trackers to gaming chairs to voice packs to spaceship models from new partners like Planet Ring and Pigeon Spaceport and more. You can find all of that on the RSI website as well. And what else can I show? Oh, for those of you who are at watch parties, where is it? Challenge coins. Who doesn't love challenge coins? There's these lovely Levski-themed challenge coins if you're attending one of the 9 official watch parties around the world. There's also a digital one of these in the goodies pack, so you check those out. Don't leave today without getting your Levski challenge coin. All right, what else can I shill? Now I'm kind of tired of shilling. All right, let's find out some more about where we are. Simon, can we move? Can we do it? Oh, yeah, look at that. Okay, here we go. Pardon me. Excuse me. Hi, how you doing? Hey, that was my best angle. Hey, I gotta be careful. Last year I took 3 steps and tore a muscle. All right, so this is the 9th floor of CIG Manchester's Manchester office. That's This is the room where we have lunch every day, and if you get here early enough, croissants, if the weapons team hasn't stolen all of them. Over here, we got some cool mannequins representing different aspects of the game. You got the ever-present, Hurston security armor over here. That's really cool. You got your Dusters armor right here. You got this guy from a game that we're not talking about today.
Marine armor, yeah, it's all pretty cool. And then when you come over here, got a nice little recreation area. There's some sim pits over there for people who need to test that kind of stuff. We got this cool Krigeri Bengal carrier. Come over here, shoot it. Go down the nose here. Watch this. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna go over here. Can you see me? Hi, Mom. All right. So yeah, and what are you doing, Richard Towler? All right. I thought John went to Washington, D.C. Let's see, what else we got? We got cool Voyager bar here. This is where we get all kinds of breakfast goodies, coffee, stuff like that. Hey, who remembers the big coffee controversy of 2016 where everybody took to Reddit and pondered the question, do devs deserve coffee? I do. You want to see what next year's big controversy is? Check this out. I'm going to come over here. Do devs deserve coffee? Welcome to the Stargarita machine. Yeah. Do devs deserve frozen deliciousness?
Stargarita machine.
Oh, we've got a
I don't
drink
know.
for that.
Go to Reddit and let us know. All right, let's see. Let's go over here. Competition. Oh, competition winners. We have the list of competition winners. Can we put that on the screen? Yeah, sorry, competition winners. Remember the competition for the CitizenCon winners? The people made the videos, and we gave them a Kruger L21 Wolf. We actually have the names. They're behind me. Look. Oh. All right, that's cool. Also, everybody's got food. Do I have food here? Oh, somebody's supposed to save me pizza. All right, so we got. Oh, you guys saved me a lot of pizza. Let's see. There's like 3 different kinds of pizza here. What if we just combine them into like a challenger situation here? That's a CitizenCon throwback if you're not familiar with. So I have now crafted my own pizza experience. And that is a terrible segue into our next segment. Gemma, can we, Gemma, are you there?
Yes, Jared.
Can we fire up the FPS crafting segment while I try to chew this off camera?
We sure can. Go, BT.
Let's go to that.
Yeah.
Pizza sandwiches.
That was a worrying distraction. Like the fact that they only had 2 hours.
I've absolutely done the pizza.
Star Citizen, at its heart, will always be an enormous sandbox experience where you can set out to tackle the universe in whatever ways you want. But that doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
The first version of crafting is going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials of different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor. For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships, we have gear, we have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve. And those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items. It's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore. It's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you can order it better, you can understand what you have in your inventory.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items. Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft and it'll get queued up and your result will be produced sometime later. You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator and use it in your personal hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
So that's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe. But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more. We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro. But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience. So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangars, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see.
The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join in open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently. Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Siege of Arisen was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Arisen. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you in a small group to work through that activity.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Orison is designed for about 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic whose sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
I'm excited, to say the least, to bring back Siege of Orison to Star Citizen and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other 2 systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those 2 systems as well.
Yes, and while things like Genesis, interstellar hauling, crafting, Siege of Orison, and more will reveal next year, we'll continue to bring life into the existing universe outside of Nyx. There's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works. So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and more structural plays, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws, and get the facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air's a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but you know, they have like maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into like some vents. It's like a free layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states depending on how much you've progressed and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them in faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
Everybody's really excited about the year ahead. So that's a brief look at some of the ways in which we're allowing you and our developers to craft a more curated Star Citizen experience. Now, at this point in the show, we are in the home stretch. We've got only one more segment to go. But before we do that, we wanted to check out, we said to the earlier in the show that we would look at what you were saying during the show. We looked at how to put YouTube comments on the stream, and it was immediately apparent that we were going to lose our broadcast license, so we're not going to do that. We did find some social media stuff on Twitch, though, or not Twitter, X. What is it called now? Let's see what this says. Let's see, we've got Welcome Back Levski from, I'm not wearing my glasses. Oh, no. Oh, time to suit up, let's go get him, says Ubu. I really should have worn my glasses. Cue the bagpipes. That's the other game, Charlie Oscar. Let's see. Nice to see you live, Jared. Mom? Let's see. First Citizen Con after playing for almost a decade in Austin. Oh, nice. Straight out of Klesher, back to the Hex. Photos from Leicestershire. How do you say it? Is that Leicestershire? Leicester? Leicester? I've only been in the UK for 3.5 years. San Jose Bar Citizen Watch Party. Oh, somebody created a lovely Vandal mask there. Sean Tracy, can we get that in game? Just that, exactly. Just scan that, put that in game. All right, so that's a few reactions we're seeing on social media right now. Before we get to our big finale, or the thing we're going to wrap up the show with today, I did want to talk a little bit about big CitizenCon versus digital CitizenCon versus what we're doing today, which is CitizenCon Direct. Every year, CitizenCon is a monumental task for any number of people, whether that's development, marketing, the support teams, the platform teams. Everybody comes together to make this thing happen and go off, hopefully without a hitch. And so far, we've been doing all right, other than some stuff in the room here. You know who you are. They had to know. But doing CitizenCon is not always the easiest thing for our developers. You might not assume this, but most game developers are not social butterflies. They tend to like to sit quietly in the dark at their computers, like little goblins, and just make digital virtual worlds like this. And then I come in all happy and like, hey, you want to be on video? And they're like, no. And I'm like, it's in your contract. And they're like, oh yeah. So we thought, we usually do it behind the scenes afterwards, but we thought we'd do a little bit of it here. The folks in the editorial department put together a brief montage of some of the more candid moments from the filming of CitizenCon over the last couple of weeks, so we're going to spend 2 minutes and take a look at that. Let's see what they put together.
How many CitizenCons have you performed in now?
Performed? Just the one. Nope, my first one.
One last year.
2.
A few.
8 or 9?
Maybe 9 or 10?
Never.
Man, I don't know, man.
Did you like doing it?
Yes, I was completely terrified.
It was good, a bit stressful.
The first live one, I was a mess.
Weird combination of going from insane highs to insane lows.
Live ones.
Because?
It's over.
The live ones are pretty special.
Pre-samp's always fun, but the live events are special, aren't they?
Remember we were at that weird crack house in Ancos?
Right.
I like the live ones. Oh, I mean, I love these digital ones. These are the best.
Every time I've done it, it has been a digital one, and I'd like to do one on stage.
Is it because you have a restraining order against you, or?
Didn't know if I was going to be sick, if I was going to lose my stomach.
How hard is it to keep your eyes open on stage?
That's another problem with the lights. They're kind of, I'm realizing through this sentence that I'm closing my eyes as I speak. Do I do that a lot?
I am a very shy individual, so this is me just trying to get out of my shell.
Getting the crowd to react to the ideas that we've been working on for so long.
We can react. Watch. Everybody. Yay!
Yay!
I can feel your passion from here.
Cut the camera. Counting you down in like 30 seconds. I'm like, do I stand up? Do I sit down? Do I drink? Do I not? Do I talk?
This will be the best one yet. That's right. Because it's nice and short.
Is this all supposed to be usable content? Because I could do different.
No. Of all your nicknames, why is Moist Master your favorite?
I think you mean least favorite, and because it has the word moist in it. I mean, come on.
We'll give you a new nickname by the end of this.
Sounds good. Could do
all
with
right.
one.
Let's get started.
So for those of you watching at home or at the watch parties, you're like, why are we showing that? I put that in there because I'm eternally grateful for all of the CIG staff and developers who take the time to appear on these things, whether it's ISC, SCL, CitizenCon, walk on stage, be pre-recorded. It's not the easiest thing for everybody. And on behalf of the community, if I can speak for them in this regard, I want to say thank you for participating in these things each and every year that we have them. Now, let's wrap things up here. So, let's see, how do I want to do this? At this point, we've only got one major story left to tell. But before we do that, we wanted to do one more check-in on something we started last year. Last year, Rich Tyler took the stage and presented his roadmap to 1.0. And we didn't want to go an entire year without talking to the senior game director himself to get his update on that 1 year later. So we're going to throw it to him, and we're going to go to our last segment, and when we come back, we'll say our goodbyes. And if you're at a watch party, it's time to get... I was going to say, that's not a word I can say on the camera. Let's just go. Let's just throw it back to me. Go to me from 1 week ago.
Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyrer took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. We've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Zenithreat. We've added them to game and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm going to stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse, I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now, that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operate and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but A Line of Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm
Valakar.
And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering, and crafting, and all of those features are going to be coming very, very soon for players to get their hands on. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely.
All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm gonna say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever. And I'm willing to look right into the camera and say that. The player numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future, so I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story, we've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice lines and stuff like this. But where do we go from here? Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you. Right. You don't get to talk back to them. Now, obviously, you get to interact with them through your actions. You get to go and do their mission, and you get to move that along, and then they talk to you again. But it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back in the verse. And just to be clear, we will be bringing all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make, is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
And remembering when mission givers were first introduced, they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen is. But you mentioned last year these 3 pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to know, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
So the 3 pillars I mentioned last year were open world. That's just like the missions you love today. You can go and play, there's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more. But similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the third pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience. We'll be able for you to go in by yourself, for us to teach you the ropes in a safe environment so that you can understand how to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance, it's not going to get a loading screen, you would just seamlessly walk into that location, it would be full of other players and NPCs, and you can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content, or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0. We will eventually work on dynamic content that will move us towards 1.0. And all three of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships. That life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them purpose, and I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in. And I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen, and I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
He had a twinkle in his eye. Ian, take it away.
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online about mid next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating, so we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this base where you will find 3 big arms. You will see in the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships. So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets. But it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything, your lasers won't do anything, your ballistics won't do anything to them. But like everything, they do have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Once the power relays have been taken down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that?
I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Trench run.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out. There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
You're either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
Because the shield generator that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station. This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage. Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're going to get our new feature in, ship hangar refueling and rearming. You're going to be able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the Polaris and other ships that are designed to have other ships land inside them.
Of course, it'll be more than just those 2 ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris. So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take a fire team in. You've got to land, you've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station. After you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Vanduul neighbors, who really don't like these guys for some reason, will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station. They're out for blood. When you alert the Vanduul by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Vanduul are coming, they're going to come hard, they're going to keep coming, you're going to have one hell of a fight.
Tactical strike groups. I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. They're the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships. We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're going to be fantastic.
Okay. Why do you still have the puppet? John, come home. All right, so tactical strike groups. It's been a long road for the last 10 years. The PU's been around. We've done lots to build stuff for mining ships and for salvage ships, and as Rich said, we're currently building out even more for those, and our first refueling missions coming online in 2026. But combat missions. Oh, hi, Aaron Roberts. But finally having enough of the foundation in place that we can begin to build real spaceship operations, in any other MMO they'd call dungeons. It's really exciting for me, and that's why we're ending the show this year with that. So yeah, that's been CitizenCon Direct. Thank you for taking the time to share this with us. Again, this is just a glimpse at some of what's coming in 2026. I've seen the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat like, oh, you're spoiling everything. I promise, we ain't. So before we let you go, that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as with every CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build a game of all of our dreams, something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic. We are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
Ladies and gents, there's a lot to assimilate there. So take 2 minutes, go to the loo, get yourself a drink, whatever. We'll do the same, and then let's come back and talk about it. But there's a lot to kind of process.
Everyone take 5 minutes, and then we will come back and we will talk about stuff and get some more drinks. Yeah. So, yep, everyone, 5 minutes. We'll do our thing. We're going to go to a Be Right Back screen. I am super excited and going to be in a lot of trouble with the wife because there's I need to buy that Stinger. It's going to happen. Money's going to go missing. Questions are going to be asked. But you know what? Fuck it. You always ask for forgiveness, not permission. All right, everyone? So work on that. On that.
Mrs. Noob, I had no...
it's all Badger's fault. He told me to do it. He told me to do it. I can't help it.
It's all him.
Peer pressure. All right.
I didn't marry you, he did.
All right, 5 minutes. We'll be right back.
Back in a second.
Okay, yeah, that works. Alright, Sloth, I see you're in there. I'll invite you to a party just so that you get sucked into the same server. If you accept it.
We're all busy. Busy taking notes and busy making notes and busy turning long-winded summaries into something a little more digestible, please. Busy closing loops and busy writing back, busy crafting the perfect response, busy replying...
So, that's Noob and I back at our desks.
It's a little,
I'll tell you what would massively impress both of us. What do you guys think? Is that the CitizenCon you were after? Did you get the announcements you were after? Were we moving in the direction that you thought we were moving in? What do you think?
So I can see my guys.
Yeah, holy shit.
What do you think?
That was a lot.
So Ghostcar says, I am so hype that I'm deleting my F8 for a Stinger.
Yep. Hyped and disappointed. Beefy, you gorgeous son of a bitch. How are you doing? Also, Beefy, I think I'm kind of in your neck of the woods right now. I'm in the UK. If you would like to meet, we should definitely catch up. I'm here for another like 10 or so days. If you can meet up somewhere, we absolutely should. I would love to meet you. Dreamception, yes.
Hell
There's
Winter
layers
says
and
that
layers of
first
this.
half hour was brutal on his liver.
There's layers of us.
Yeah, there is. T-shirt says a lot of nothing. Flesh out Pyro and Stanton. Stop sending new ships. Go past previous ones.
I was personally hoping for more updates on technical stuff like the social rework, etc. Though the announcements were exciting, I'm glad Chris at least mentioned it in the ending statement though, and that it's a priority. Yes. 100%. No Perseus, therefore useless. Are you okay? We didn't hear a single word of the Perseus.
It hurts my heart.
Are you doing okay?
It hurts my heart.
Are you doing okay? Will you survive?
I'll
Will you
manage.
make it?
No.
No?
No.
Somebody call an ambulance. Fucking PTU servers are full yes, of course they are, yes, because it's CitizenCon PTU announcements.
Yeah.
But yeah, Beefy, if you would like to catch up, like I said, I'm in the UK for the next like 10 days. Send me a message on Discord. I will try my best to make it happen. I've got a car, I can drive around the place, I can meet people. I'm happy to meet people, I'm happy to make the effort. But yes, if that's something people would like to do, then let me know. Pretty happy that we'll be able to craft modules for ships, and now have to deal with something or other. I don't know.
Sorry, what was the
There we go. We're back. We got a beachfront view. This is actually if you were to take a picture directly outside of Badger's front door, this is what you would see. This is it. This is precisely it. Look, now we got my stream on. You know what? This is fun. If you keep swapping between yours and mine, you'll confuse everyone and they won't know who they're watching.
Yeah.
But that's actually the plan. What general area are you in? New London, Manchester. So I won't disclose what area I'm in right now because I don't want to dox badges in any capacity. But I will be traveling throughout all over the place. In the next few days, I will be in the north of London in the next few days, but currently I am south of London, like I said, I have a car, so I can get about and visit people. We could all meet in some type of location. So yeah. Bear, I'll DM you. Yes, fantastic. It would be great to catch up. It'd be really, really cool to be able to say hi to people. This is, though, the only fucking chance you're gonna get for some years to catch up and meet me in person. If you want to do it, I'm happy to make the effort. I'm happy to drive and meet people. I'm happy for people to meet me. It's just, this is the only chance you're gonna get for probably quite a few years. So if you want to catch up, you want to meet, you want to have a beer, whatever, this is your chance over the next week or two at most. But yes, without doxing anyone. Currently I'm south of London. In the next few days I will be north of London. I'm not going to phrase the question. Yeah, of course. That's all good. But yeah, so yeah, but something I think We got Ghost Curse for coming here, and I also don't want to forget your guys over in this corner too. But something I think was some of it. They are making instance zone. That's new. Yes, they talked about instances last year's CitizenCon. I'm very, very keen to see what they come up with there, because a lot of people thought the Onyx facilities were going to be what they
So you want to start a business?
zones were going to.
You might think you need a team of people with fancy tech skills,
and I
but
was
you
skeptical.
Don't. You just need GoDaddy Arrow.
So
I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an
instancing
expert in
seems
looking
to
like.
still be a thing that they're keen on. No mention of Perseus. No, the cloning is doing well. I see the cloning is doing well. Where's your stuff? There we go. There's one of them. I don't want to ignore your chat, and it's over there.
Let's do this.
Yeah, let's get rid of some stuff, some excess, because there's a lot of tabs.
Oh yeah.
I think that's yours. Whoop.
Let's kill everything.
Oh yeah, you're killing everything and going back.
Yeah.
Hold on, guys. We're working on it.
That's that one.
That's me. That's gonna. Because I think before it was just like, yeah, see, it's gonna echo. It should be a screen and a screen and a screen. It should be fine.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of new stuff, I want new biomes yesterday. Well, not yesterday, but in like a month from now, we're gonna have Nyx, which is a new biome, and that's pretty goddamn cool. And Badgers and I said earlier, it's almost like we'll clairvoyant in that fact. Is I said personally, I believe we will get the Paladin.
Yeah.
But I don't think we'll get the Perseus. Perseus will likely be IE because they were at Lot 0. I was bang on right, and Badgers said it's good to be skeptical because if we say that we're not expecting Nyx, but we get Nyx, we're going to be extraordinarily happy. And what happened? I was right, and Badgers was right. Bang on 100%. So, Levski, I'm coming home. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Exactly that.
So they have re-uploaded the CitizenCon vid? Yes. Yep. Have you got the comments from your YouTube?
Yes.
That's Discord on your main screen.
Yeah, it is. Let's go with that one.
Okay.
So which bit of Discord do you want to look at? Which bit of Discord do you want to look at?
No, none of Discord. I just thought you'd want your stream here.
Yeah. Something like that.
That Lesky metal poster in the store looks kind of sick, not gonna lie. Yeah. Love the streamception. Yes, we're having all sorts of technical stuff happening here.
Yeah.
It's difficult because you got to understand, guys, that I'm streaming on a laptop that is streaming the YouTube that Badgers has because my laptop can't handle a whole bunch of stuff. She's an old girl, but she's doing what she can. She's doing her best. So I'm streaming the YouTube that Badgers is streaming on, and then Badgers is streaming the capture for YouTube. So we've got like 2 different layers of streaming happening, which is almost cruel at this point to both PCs. So we just got like layers of audio and video coming up, and we're trying to fix it while we're on the fly. So we're doing what we can. We're doing what we can.
There we go.
There we go. That's fantastic. You do that, and there's just going to be Star Citizen in the background. Or Squadron 42, you know. But perfect. Alright. Alright, so what we need to do is on this one here, if you bring up your, on one of your browsers, bring up your YouTube channel so we can see their comments. Because I can see their comments here. And I can open this up. And bam, we got comments from my stream, and then we'll get comments from yours up there. And that'll work. It'll be good enough. So on that side, just find the comments for yours, for your video, your channel.
Friday is company karaoke, 90s pop theme.
Video channel. There we go, perfect. Now click on that live and we're good to go. We see it all. And we got comments. Perfect. Okay, we can see them. We got comments. Perfect. Okay, we can see them. Beautiful. There we go. Okay. I just want to have a word with you. Our livers are fine. You know, the fuck is happening here? No. It's just because, like I was explaining before, my laptop is essentially mirroring what's happening here, and what's happening here is we've had to essentially, unfortunately, rearrange the way that Badgers typically does things with the stream to make my laptop restream all of the stuff. And then you got to also remember that at the same time, my laptop is broadcasting my camera from my laptop over to Badgers so he can broadcast it on his, so that I can restream what he's got on his screen. So it's a very scuffed setup. It's only just working, and it's very confusing. So you have to forgive us for the technical difficulties. Faint echo on your voice. I can't do anything about that, dude, because we got so much happening. So I apologize if it's echoing.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now.
Works by black magic and duct tape. Yes, that's the best we can do at this point, guys. Yeah. But we got some questions, some stuff coming in from you too. Mirrors streaming each other. Yes, unfortunately. Make the PC suffer. It was, unfortunately. There's a quiet loop going on. Yeah, in the audio. We can't do much about that right now.
Look, I've got to say, like, I'll be the first person to say, but I've got stuff wrong. I said no nicks. And the reason I said no nicks was, like Noob and everyone else that's been in this project for a very long time, we've been told time and time again, oh yeah, this is going to happen really, really quickly. And it's not. It's never happened really, really quickly. And yet, we've got, what, Pyro 2024, beginning of this year, and before the year is out, Nyx is going to appear, and it's not just Levski and that sort of stuff. It's the entire, you know, kind of Nyx system. I don't feel bad for saying that's not going to happen, because we haven't seen that happen in the future. I think what it actually is it's a good thing, because we're all sat here going, yeah, no, that's never going to happen. It's too quick. It's this, it's that, it's the other thing. And actually, I mean, sure, the card on the progress tracker said it started in 2021, but.
Which, remember, when we talked about it earlier, I said the only way we're going to see Nyx is if they've been putting a solid effort in since that entry in 2021, and if they really made a lot of headway since they showed us last CitizenCon.
Yeah.
And apparently, they fucking have. But also, people, I want to curve your expectations, because they said that we'll be building Nyx as you experience it. And when you hear them say that over and over and over again, do you remember the Pyro preview that we got well over 2 CitizenCons ago? Alright? It was rough as nuts, and most of the shit that we've seen in that isn't in there right now. A lot changed. And we can expect that to happen again. It might not, it might, but ultimately, the best part about doing content and streaming is when you can say something skeptically and be proven wrong. There's, like, nothing actually feels better than being proven wrong when you're being a skeptical shithead, right? It feels fantastic to know that you could be the person trying to be the voice of reason amongst the hype, and then the hype is proven correct.
Yeah.
Because then you get to turn around and go, fuck it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I mean, Widget, are you in chat at the minute?
Yes, sir.
It's going to take a little while for that to go out and then him to respond. But Widget, are you in chat at the minute?
Thank you, sir.
Because even if Widget's not, right? It was Widget that challenged me on the whole, I don't think Nyx is coming, blah, blah, blah. I think we're both on the same page on this. We cannot be happier that Widget is right and we're wrong.
Yeah, 100%. That's like, I never expected Nyx. I expected maybe a preview of Nyx, like the Pyro preview, and that might be all we get in the end, right?
Yeah.
But even if it's a complete full release of Nyx with absolutely everything coming with it, there's like, I'm not gonna be happier than if that was the case.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because ultimately, and you'll hear me say this a lot when I'm streaming, is I hope I'm wrong, but like, I will say so many things along the lines of, I hope I'm wrong, but, and then say something. And like, and I didn't really have a horse in the race with Nyx, because like, the hints that we got about Nyx were the same type of hints and mission cues that we got about Pyro, but for like 7 years long. All right. And then eventually we got Pyro, but like, you know, the headhunters or whatever would come over from Pyro. They would cause some shit in Stanton. We'd whoop their ass. Like, perfect example is the Overdrive Initiative, right? The Overdrive Initiative happened. We whooped some ass. They went packing back to Pyro. We still didn't have Pyro at that time. And I thought there would be the same thing with this and Nyx, with all the hints about, you know, things coming from Nyx and wanting to see them at, you know.
Yep.
You know, but yeah. And
John says that in the same comments. He says, prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. And I think this is, for you and I, we are a different breed of content creator when it comes to those who constantly salt farm. And constantly that is like, our job is to make sure that the people who are getting very excited about it have a little bit of a pinch of common sense.
Yeah, but like a realistic expectation of what's to come.
Exactly.
Yeah, because we've been around for so long, if we were to ride the hype train with them, then they're going to turn around to us and go, fucking, you were so wrong, and I was so hyped, But like, and what Bongo says here, I'm happy to be able to quote, burn the heretic, kill the mutant, purge the unclean.
Nice.
But no,
Well done,
look,
Bongo.
I'm right there with you, and a lot of this is it's indicative of what we've seen in the past, right? With so many things, like how many people were fucking incredibly hyped for Pyro in fucking 2019.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And like people were so hyped for Pyro, and it didn't come out until last year. You know what I mean? So like tempering expectations, and like here's the thing: us as content creators also have to learn that so many of the technical hurdles that it takes them to overcome for them to bring out these things have already been overcome.
Yeah.
So we as well have to temper our expectations, not just the people who are hyped for stuff and the new generation of players that come through. So like it's a learning curve for both of us and them, and there's nothing wrong with that.
And you know, and the guys for the guys who regularly tune into my stuff, this is going to come as no surprise. But you know, if the worst that happens coming in to watch, you know, kind of my content and stuff is the realization that this stuff happens regularly, you know, or we wanted all this stuff to happen, but actually we didn't achieve that. So all we're going to get is this small portion of it. If what happens is you get that, you know, kind of big slice of the pie and you did manage to achieve everything you set out to do, that's the best you can possibly hope for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you know, I think dialing people's expectations back is probably the best that we can do. And, you know, you and I know, watching people's comments about other content creators, you see the content creators who are either constantly, you know, kind of bigging up what CIG can do, far beyond what's realistic, or they salt farm and massively kick them in the nuts.
There's two things. There's people who salt farm massively and they shit where they eat because they're content creators.
Yeah.
They're making content about something like Star Citizen, which is where they make their money. They're literally shitting where they're eating. So they're like constant salt farming, which is obviously an issue. But then you've got the people who just glaze the shit out of CIG, and you see this on Spectrum. You see two sides of the coin. You never see it really land on its edge, right? And what I try to do is I try to be that one that's like, okay, it could be fucking phenomenal, but I also want you to know that it took them this long to bring out Pyro.
Yeah.
And it took them that long because of these hurdles. So without these hurdles, we could expect maybe a quicker turnover. You know, it's like when they build the Polaris, right? They built the Polaris, they got the design language and all the cool shit. They did the Zeus and they did all that, and then they're building the Perseus. Well, the Perseus is going to happen quicker because we know that they've got the design language down. They got teams already on it, you know, and they've got experience now. So like all these type of things, we can make a relatively educated guess that it's not going to take as long based on XYZ dimensions of ship or complexity, right? So like these things, it translates throughout the entire game when it comes to the planetary tech and how well they've done with that. And it translates to the ship development teams, and it translates to everything, literally everything. And the further they go with it, the better it's going to be across the board. And what I said before is it's a huge learning curve for not just newcomers or people that have been there for a little while, but also old heads like you and me that have watched the project for such a long time. And I really think that it's going to be an adjustment period, because this could be something where we're like, we won't see Castra for another like 5 or 6 years. Bang, Castra could come out fucking next year.
Yeah.
You know? That's not a prediction. I'm saying that right fucking now. That's not a prediction. But the difference is we have so many advances in the tech and how fucking quickly they're bringing this stuff out.
Yeah.
And we look at the fact that like 2021 they started working on Nyx. That's a very fast turnover compared to like when they said that Pyro was going to be out in 2019 and took an additional 5 years. Okay, so like it's very impressive turnover and it's a huge improvement. But one of the biggest things that we have to remember as consumers, because whether you're a content creator or you're a player or you're a streamer, at the end of the day, whether you're any of those three things, you are simply just a consumer. And in the grand scheme of things, in terms of development, it probably sounds a little harsh to say this, but you don't mean a whole much more than anyone else.
Yeah.
Okay? Whether you are creating content, whether you're streaming, or whether you're just playing the game. You don't mean any more than any other person. You are just simply a consumer.
Self-time it again, but today I must ask for more. Today, we fight one last battle.
But the best place that you can place that, unfortunately...
Advanced recon indicates the entire Vandal fleet has just entered the system.
All by choosing whether...
This means a king ship is headed our way.
Like, if you're not happy with the game, don't buy the new shiny. Because it's all photo anyway. You'll get it.
Now some of you will not survive today.
But they will hear that. They will feel that more.
But there will be no time for sorrow. We will have to grieve for them later.
That's the biggest thing.
Because 2 billion souls in this system hang in the balance.
You know, and you want to buy a thing, buy the thing. If you're unhappy, just
there should be no illusions about what we were up against. In the history of the UEE, a kingship has entered human space a handful of times. Battle of Orion, Siege of Tiber,
honestly,
the fall of Caliban.
And like, considering I've been on a holiday for such a long time,
but we are the Second Fleet. History will remember us differently.
Where you go in and there's like
we will not have to worry about it being kind, because today we will define ourselves through our actions. We will not lose the system.
Okay, I don't know if it's any better now. Can you guys yell out and tell us if it's better?
Because we have to. We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear and
man, I wonder what he's saying.
Everyone's saying.
Better?
In the Battle of Vegas.
Audio good now. It's better.
You can look them in the eye and say,
I don't know how long ago that was, but basically, long story short is we're all learning still because they've changed so much about how they're developing stuff.
Good luck.
You know, 2019 we were expecting Pyro, it didn't come out till 5 years later.
At the risk of sounding a little bit emotional,
not yet.
The beautiful thing about meeting people like yourself and everything else is there is no one in my circle of contacts that are doing this for the money.
Sorry. Wiggly one, I'm not fucking doing a shoey, homie. There ain't no way. He obviously knows the Aussie culture, but anyway, as you're saying.
But you know, we're all doing this because we want to experience the game. And I don't know about you, but if I had a choice between content creation and experiencing the game, content creation can go fuck itself.
Broken Hill, Newcastle, homie. Good to meet you.
Yeah. You know, so it's that sort of thing of we're not here because we're milking it. We're not here because we want to make a certain amount of money selling new ships or whatever else, that sort of stuff. We're here because this, in the background, is the game we want to experience.
Oh, ever since I was a kid. Like, and I started playing video games, this is what I've always wanted. And it's, you know...
Yeah.
It's never going to get better than this. So all we can do is support the team and give the most constructive feedback that we possibly can. Because constructive criticism isn't you being an asshole. It's saying like, I hate or I love this, but it could be better, it could be worse, it could be this. But like, at the end of the day, they don't know unless we voice that opinion. So I do, as much as I fucking hate Spectrum myself, guys, jump on there and give your opinion. Right? Because it's the only place they actually listen and look at comments. Don't try not to be a dick, because Knight Rider will just ban you because he's an asshole. But at the same time, it's the only way they're going to hear you. Make your voice heard. Go out there. You know, when you experience something that sucks or it's great or whatever, make sure you do that. Got mates in Newcastle. Look, Wiggly, man, like, shit, man, hit me up. Seriously, I'm open to meeting up with anyone that wants to just hang out and have a beer. So, I'm currently in the UK right now. As you can see, I can literally touch badges. It's possible. So I'm here hanging out for the next couple of weeks. If anyone in the UK...
On that note, we have left this right until the end, right until the last minute. But I feel like
we have a bit, but yeah, no. But at the same time, hit us up. We'll do a thing. But
What are they waiting for?
Alright, I got it.
Is this gonna be like that moment where we drink a drink but we feed it to each other?
Yeah, that'd be a bit romantic, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it just? If anyone remembers, I did a stream where I ate a sausage on the stream. And it was really fucking uncomfortable for everyone involved. But I'm just saying.
Okay, I'm glad everyone got to see that.
I'm not. That's gonna fucking haunt me forever. But I don't eat it for the taste. I don't eat it for the texture. I eat it for the mouthful.
Get in and around the mouth. Yeah. I'd chip it? Absolutely. That was something, I guess.
Yeah, it was. And I made
Stream
you watch
sausages are totally normal. Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
He eats it for the shape. Adorable. Bongo, you're just jealous. Erect again,
Yeah,
Captain
you are,
Biscuit
Bongo.
says. No, well, look. I'll be around the UK for the next, like, shit, 10 days-ish. Hit me up if you want to catch up for some beers. We get a feed. Happy days. If not, and you're in Australia and around the East Coast, we can do the same thing. But ultimately, it's been a fucking blast, man. I'm so glad we could do this. I'm so glad we could do this because, like, it's just, other than, you know, the chance, you know, by chance that I was out and traveling and CitizenCon was at that time, this never would have happened, so, very cool.
100%.
Should I call the doctor? This has been going for far too long. You're in the UK? I am, Max. I am. I'm currently in the UK right now. I'm in the, I'm down south of London.
When you say it's been going on far too long, what are you trying to say?
It means you heard Paladin, and it's been stiff ever since.
What I'm trying to say is, put that in your fucking mouth.
Done. Much more forward than the wife about these things.
Oh dear, I don't want to get in trouble with your wife.
I'm always in trouble. It's just the depth.
No, yeah, I'm alright with you being in trouble. My problem is I don't want to be in trouble.
No,
She'll
gotcha.
kick my fucking ass.
I'm in Kent. I have no idea where Kent is.
Widget, you get this is all your fault, right? Just saying.
I've been erect for 4+ hours. Just getting on. My friend, you need to see a doctor for sure.
If it's blue, stop swallowing it. Wait, what?
And it's up on Discord. They've already got us up on Discord eating sausage.
I mean,
where is it at? That's beautiful. Oh God. Oh, that's beautiful. You're gonna have to aim that camera down again.
No.
Just the top of your head.
I would
now.
love to, but I'm too big to aim it down. Wait, what?
Oh, beautiful. Oh, it's great.
Matthew says, "You're welcome, Badgers." Fuck off, Matt. Just saying.
Fix your lean too. Alright.
But yeah, so
that was beautiful.
You can stop now.
That was absolutely beautiful.
But I think the biggest thing that we're going to take from here
was the sausage.
Well, I mean, that's probably the biggest thing, but the most important thing
was still the sausage.
Was still the sausage. Sorry, it's just the cheese. That's what I'm. Yeah. Guys, like, I think sometimes people convince themselves that streamers are different, that content creators are different. We are just as excited about the new content as you guys are. I think our biggest responsibility is to look at what's coming and then offer a little bit of common sense, right? And in this instance, it's not worked out.
I would argue significantly more that we're less important than the viewer. Because without the viewer, we would be less than, we'd just be nothing, right?
Oh, yeah.
But, like, in the case of, like, as a responsibility for, like, putting a lid on shenanigans, I'm a chaotic soul at heart. So I like to let people be, if you're saying something particularly stupid, I'll encourage it. But at the same time, like, overall, my opinion is typically to be relatively cynical and be happily surprised. And that is regardless of how much evidence is there. But that's only because I've been following the project for that long. There could be a ton of evidence that we're going to see something. In the case of something like Pyro or a flight model change or a leak, right?
Yeah.
And so many times I've seen a solid leak that it's like, that is coming out, and it doesn't. Right? There's been lots of times where we've seen something like that. So, like, I'll always keep the cynical view, but be happily surprised and super happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, the most important thing to take away from the situation.
Exactly that. I think that's it. Like Widget in my chat was massively for Nick.
Yeah.
And I felt like it was my responsibility to say, well, hang on a second. We've never had a system come in within 12 months of another system. This is not the way Star Citizen works. Like, Widget's been proved right, and Widget, I am so fucking happy for you, dude. Like, you're right, and I'm wrong. And the point is that Widget's point of view was, we can get a new system in much faster. And I'm going, yeah, no, I don't think we can. Widget's right, we're wrong.
Dude,
that's awesome.
Dude, it's, I mean, like, if, okay, hands down theory, but let's just say in a month, Nyx does come out and it's absolutely fucking dog shit, then we're not exactly entirely wrong, are we?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it could come out and be fucking phenomenal.
Yeah.
Or somewhere in between.
Yeah.
Either way, it doesn't matter, because they're still, at the end of it, coming out with something that's significantly quicker than, like... You got to remember Pyro. Think about how long Pyro as a concept alone to release was.
Yeah. And
it was ridiculous.
I think that's why you and I have the following that we do. Is that, you know, we're not the biggest streamers, we're not the biggest, you know, content creators, whatever. And neither do we want to be. It's what that too, but it's the fact that you and I are, it's much more important to us that we're honest with people.
Yeah.
And at this point, if what happens is exactly what's happened now, Widget is prove right, I need to eat some fucking underwear or whatever the fuck it is that Widget wants me to eat later on. Apparently socks, although that worries me slightly. You know, that sort of stuff is fine. But it's your and my job to kind of control people's expectations. If what they kind of reveal exceeds everyone's expectations, you and I have done our job. If what happens is we have a CitizenCon and everyone's like, well, that was shit. That wasn't what we wanted. We wanted more than that. Then, to an extent, you and I have failed. And I'm not just talking about you and I. I'm talking about everyone that makes content about Star Citizen.
Yeah,
but you and I can only control what you and I do about the game.
Sure, I feel like there is a divide there, though, like, because you and I can't be held responsible for any lack of luster that CIG comes out with, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, let's just say that, like, because being in the scene for so long and talking to so many different people, and you got to, and a lot of people have to understand as well, is a lot of what we get of in terms of learning how to temper expectations or learning what people expect and or what people think will come out and leaks that we learn about and or things, you got to understand that's not shit that we come up with. We learn that shit from you guys.
Yeah.
So like as a content creator, if it wasn't for chat, I would have no fucking idea what's going on in Star Citizen. Because they come in and like, you seen this thing? I'm like, no, what's going on?
Yeah.
And then I get given links and stuff, and I check out the links, and I'm like, fuck, that's cool. And then when someone else comes along, they say something like, wait a second, I got a link that this person gave me 2 days ago that covers this.
Yeah.
And I
My
learned
chat
so
does
much.
exactly the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. And I learn stuff. So, like, at the end of the day, what ends up happening is I get this communal knowledge, right, from so many different people telling me so many different things. And you've got to kind of cherry pick what's right, what's wrong, what's, you know, plausible and all that type of stuff with the knowledge you've got of the history of how Star Citizen has and hasn't released things and what things they've given us and what stuff they've told us over the last 15, well, not 15 years, but, you know, like fucking almost, you know, 12 years now, all right? And then you look at, like, the history and how things have repeated itself and all the changes they've made and the mentality behind certain things that they've changed in the way community has done things. And then we give you a, like a fucking educated guess. And that's all it ever is an educated guess. And then by the end of it, if we're overly cynical, it's because we don't want to get people's hopes up. Because then they're going to not only get upset with us, but they're going to get upset with CIG.
Yeah.
And then it's a whole thing. And then eventually you may as well just start salt farming. Because, you know, there's a really fine line that you got to try and play. I blame Noob for the shiv. Don't you fucking blame me for that abomination, motherfucker. Can I hold you accountable for my disappointment? Absolutely. That's alright. When we meet up, if we meet up in person, I'll give you a hug. It'll make everything better. But no, the huge difference between, like, just looking at a Discord and seeing all the leaks and or like finding like the pipeline channel and then looking at it all the time is you don't get the context of what's happened over the last 12 years and how they've released things and shown things, or the red herrings they've released and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas we've seen it, and we could turn around and make a pretty like today. I called it flat out. I said we're gonna get the Paladin. They're gonna save that Perseus for IA. We're gonna get one, not both, and they're gonna give us the big one towards the end of the year. I fucking called it, and it happened, and that's because that's what they've done in the past. That is what they've done in the past. I said we may see some other ships, some shitty ships that no one fucking cares about. AKA the fucking Shiv come out. I called that bitch too. Okay? So like that's there. It's literally stuff I've called. The only thing that I was dead wrong about was I swear to God, I heard them say that the Stinger would not be accessible by players. I swear to God I've heard them make that statement, and I was obviously wrong. So, fuck it, I'm wrong. You know, but very happy to be wrong because I'm telling you guys in the drive home that obviously I won't be doing myself because I've been drinking. My wife will pick us up. But on that drive home, I'm definitely going to buy that ship. It's going to happen.
You're a bad human being.
Because I'm a slut for Vandal stuff.
Nice.
I've been collecting the Vandal stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't say anything about the unannounced Kruger ship. What? Unannounced Kruger ship, dude. They released the Wolf. The Kruger Wolf. That was it. Oh, the Vandal Stinger still is unavailable to players. We're getting the Esperia. Oh, right, that is true. So by a technicality, they tricked us by saying the Vandal Stinger is not. We're not going to get that, but they gave us basically the same ship, just made by Esperia. That is a very clever line that they towed there, and I like it. Better be a good damn hug. I'll put in my best effort for you, Beef. For sure. No, they mention it in text and unannounced Kruger ship after the Wolf. Oh, okay. Well, I'm out of the loop with that, so I apologize. But yeah, that's when you think about it, what we've seen so far is pretty great because I said at the start, I hope we don't just see ship bullshit. You know, I don't want to see that because it's really not going to do anything for the quality of the game, right? And it's ultimately going to do well. It's not even going to do them any good because people buy ship, they get angry, they refund ship. You know, it's a vicious cycle. Most of the time, people buy some of these new little ships. They're buying them with credit anyway, and like, well, fuck, I know I do. You know, I'll buy a ship with credit just to try it out for the stream to show everyone in stream what it can do, so they can make a bit more of like a informed decision about said ship, and then I melt the fucking thing. So like at the end of the day, I guess there's probably a lot of other people that do that too. And they'll just like buy something, melt it, move on, try the next thing. But we've seen a total of 3. Right? I'm pretty sure it was 3. There was the Shiv-looking thing. There was the the Paladin and the Stinger.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad, really.
Yeah, I think for me it's kind of look. I get it because there are lots of people who content create and they do so just to generate clicks or generate, subs or whatever it is that they do. And then there's people like you and I who are sat there going, we don't do it for either of those things. We want people who are supporting the game to understand what the fuck is going on.
Well,
and that's it.
Funnily enough, the reason I started streaming is because I essentially finished up with the Navy, injured, and all that type of stuff. And part of my rehabilitation was they told me that I needed to socialize. And I said, fuck that. That means I have to talk to people. Yeah. And they said, we don't care how you fucking do it, just socialize. And I said, well, I've always wanted to try streaming. So I tried streaming. And ever since then, from the beginning to right now, that's all it ever has been to me is essentially therapy.
Yeah.
So I just chill out. I talk to people. If people turn up in chat and I get to say hello, that's perfectly fine. If no one turns up and I'm just sitting there talking to myself, that's also fine. You know, like, fuck, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it for the views and the clicks and all the things. I'm doing it because, like, I genuinely enjoy talking to the people.
Yeah.
And the community, and it genuinely helps me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if it was one person or 1,000 people, I'd still be there doing the exact same thing. It wouldn't make a difference to me. Alright, so Badgers has a picture of the Shiv up. It looks...
yeah,
like something. Yep. That definitely looks like something. I don't know if you want to slide that one over or not, but it's, it's something.
Let's do that.
Fuck me. Okay. So what... go back and let's see what guns it's got on it, hey? You press the little X and we'll figure it out. Okay. Is that all the information it's got, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Surely not. One vehicle. Click the down thing on the one vehicle. The up arrow. It's literally nothing. Okay.
Yeah. And then if you do that, it's also got
like, there's not a ton of information, is it?
I mean, I'm sure it exists elsewhere, but, you know, what a shock. Here you go. There's the Paladin. Everything else attached. There's a CitizenCon Direct. That looks like it's been updated.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I've got this already, you know?
Yeah. There you go.
M7A Mach 2 turret on top. M7A Mach 2 turret on top. The M7A Mach 2 doesn't have a quad turret, my friend. You go back to the Shiv. Here you go. Transmission, Gray's Market Shiv. M7A Mach 2 turret on top. Isn't it a quad turret though? Or am I just blind? Give me a second, I'm just looking at it now.
Quad remote turret from the Hurricane.
Oh, from the Hurricane. From the Hurricane. So it's a quad size 3. Guns. Quad remote turret from the Hurricane. Loaded with size 3 guns from the F7A Mach 2. There we go. Okay, so that's where that comes from. And then 2 size 4 ballistic Gatlings from Redacted. So they're the new ballistic Gatlings that look like shit. And the 3 Volts repurposes rear main thrusters taken from the Valkyrie. Okay, the VTOLs, not Volts. The text is a bit weird.
Yeah.
And then the engine specializing in long range travel from the Freelancer. It's definitely a throw together type of thing, right? It's Raz, thank you so much for the Prime, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Hurricane turret. Yeah, okay. So Cybernaut, I fucked up there, dude. I think. So let me read the comment again. Oh my god, it's so bad. Give me a second. Why does the fucking ship come with the Meridian paint and not just the Cutlass back on? The Cutlass to look like the steel. Yeah, okay, yeah. Little bit the size 3 guns from the F7A, my bad. No, it's cool, man. It's cool. It's been a long, long fucking night. So we're all figuring this out together. But it's got the turret from the Hurricane, which is very interesting. So we get to... Can I jump in chat if you want me to screen share? We're not in a chat, dude. I'm literally right next to the dude. Look. I can touch the man on the head. Like, we are sitting next to each other all the way over in the UK. So it's part of the holiday. We're doing the things. But yeah, I mean they're capitalizing. They're capitalizing a lot.
A little bit. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, I'll have a look at that because
the metal posters.
Yeah.
That's very cool, aren't they?
Although that's a little bit.
I like that mouse pad. That's a good one. Oh, the desk mat. Sorry. Oh my God, you're in the UK. Yes. Yep.
Yes, he is.
I'm sitting here right now. This is the basement of Buckingham Palace. This is where Badgers lives.
It's not even
out this smelly window right here is the channels. It runs all around, like underneath. You don't know.
Yeah.
It's a secret, national secret and all that. You're not allowed to know, but it's actually where he lives. So yeah.
But yeah.
Jeez, imagine how noisy that would be right now.
Jesus Christ. I'm going to go dive right in. Ladies and gents, it's been awesome to spend some time with you this evening. You know, it's been a long old time for us streaming, and I think I speak for both of us when I say the fact that we're going to get Levski and Nyx as quickly as they're talking about, the fact that we're going to get Van Doel in the verse as quick as they're talking about.
The Paladin and the Stinger, and who cares about the other one?
Exactly, yeah, those things.
Yeah.
It's all...
The rework of the environment.
Exactly that. It's all a positive move, and it's all moving in the right direction. So, I don't want to speak for you, but I'm thinking about what they've told us today. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
We're moving in the right direction. We're getting what we've asked for, albeit it might be a lot slower than we originally hoped. But, I think if people sit back and say you were going to get Levski within 12 months of Pyro, I think most of us would have been called optimistic.
Oh, we would have called him fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet, here we are. We're going to get Levski within 12 months of Pyro. And, yeah. It's not a bad place to be as a Star Citizen backer.
No, but like at the same time, like we just got a question now. We're gonna see more ships like this Shiv, whatever it's called. Yeah, the Shiv.
Yeah.
And like my response back to my chat, which is something that your chat should know too, is that is entirely based on how many of the fucking things you buy.
Yep.
If you don't like it, if you think it's stupid, don't just buy it for the fuck of buying it. Buy it if you like it. Don't just buy it so you own one.
Exactly.
All right? Because otherwise, you're gonna see a whole lot more of that shit. Where just they bashed a whole bunch of different ships together, and they're like, it's not made by anyone specific. These are just like the fucking random jalopy ships that are being made around the place. If you like it, great. Buy it. Fantastic. I will never hold that against you if you genuinely like it. But if you're just buying it for the sake of buying it, like, come on. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yep. So, because like they base what they're gonna do next on what makes them money, because they are at the end of the day a business. It's very important. But man, I'm looking forward to kicking about next. I'm gonna find all the cool places to low fly. Hopefully I can get Badgers in there with me. We'll have some fun. We'll do the the 2-cam thing again, where Badgers can jump in and join and stream and have, you know, be part of the action. And every single one of you guys is welcome as well. So make sure that everyone who's over my side, if you haven't, please go over and look up Drinkers with Gaming Problems. It's fucking phenomenal. That's where Badgers is. It's very, very, very easy to find. So make sure you jump over there, chuck them a follow, check out the content, and anyone kicking over your way, you're all welcome over my way too. And like, I make a point of having a very open community, and whenever you see me live, you are capable of joining us in game and having fun and being part of the action. Anyone and everyone is welcome. So as long as you're having fun, we're having fun. That's the main thing.
Exactly that. I'm just going to post Daily Noob's link up in the chat. So make sure
post your own down in mine as well.
I will do.
I appreciate that,
guys. It's been awesome to kind of come and do this for you guys. Obviously, when we did this for real back at CitizenCon, you know, there was the you know, we kind of prioritized the people there, and that made sense. But it's great to see you guys all, and thank you very much for tuning in. I realize you had a range of options. You chose Noob and I, and we are eternally grateful that you did so.
Very much so.
Yeah. So have a very good evening. We will, as soon as Noob's able to stream again, I'm sure he will do, and he'll talk about it.
Don't forget to post yours in mine as well.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow night, and you know, talking about it with you then. But until then, I've had more than enough to drink.
I'm just getting started.
Noob's gonna take advantage of me the minute I turn the camera off.
Oh, fucking.
But that's what
it'll
we
just
are.
be on a different streaming service, don't worry, it's alright. Aussie Viking, you did unfortunately miss it, pal. It's just finished, but if you jump over to Drinkers with Gaming Problems, you'll be able to see our reaction, which was muted during all the talking, so you won't miss anything.
Exactly.
So, jump over there, check it out, and yeah, Beefy, make sure you message me. I'll try and catch up with you sometime while I'm over here. And every single person, I really, really urge you to jump over to YouTube and check out Drinkers with Gaming Problems. Absolutely fantastic. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for hosting me.
Mate.
I appreciate
Cheers.
you so much.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have been able to do this without you. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
And I really am jealous that you live in Buckingham Palace. That's fucking ridiculous. Like, look at this. That's ridiculous. That chandelier is worth more than my car.
I think the Queen just walked past as we went. Yeah, guys, thank you very much. And we're going to go be gay now. As always, love you guys. I'll probably pop into Discord in a few minutes. So if you guys are hanging around, it'd be great to chat. But
absolutely.
Yeah, thank you ever so much. Yeah. Much love.
Absolutely. I'll catch
Cheers,
you
guys.
later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.